What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing, man? It is another Friday. I got me my drink. I got me my cigar. Yeah, man, I'm ready to enjoy this motherfucker. Look, my team, my professional team is in the dumpster fire right now. Is a dumpster fire. My college team is a dumpster fire. But you know what? I'm gonna still smile. I never lose my sense of humor. At the end of the day, it's real easy to be happy when everything's going right, but when shit's going sideways, it's a lot harder to smile. So you ain't finna take that shit away from me. Fuck that. But I have a reason to smile. I am being joined with my half brother from another mother, and host, the guy who be cooking ropa vieja, bistec panizado, all that good stuff. Arroz con frijoles. On the Blitz pickup, the chef himself. What's up, Lou? He be cooking folk and shit.
Shake. What's good, homie? What's good?
It's good, man. I am awesome. I'll be better if I fucking find a lighter that works. But
well, you need a lighter, Shake. Today's is the smoke lounge.
Or no, that's Friday.
No, that's Wednesday. Today
is drive time. Cat for life. What's up? I'll do a little talking. We could spitball ideas of the state of the franchise, because I want to get your opinion on certain things. And and then I'll open up the panel, man. By the way, pick up the Blitz pickup is going live later on today, so make sure you go over there and show some love. But we'll be back, man. We'll be back. And while we're gone, I'm gonna find a lighter that fucking works.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
What's going on, y'all, man? Let me first let's say what's up to Hooked Up Joe first in the building. Hooked Up Joe, Louis, Medina, what's going on, my man? How you doing? Glad to see you here. Cat for Life in the building. My man Sean, aka Man of the Future. Always good to see you. Armando Swim. What's up, man? And Tua shaking Dolphins money. And my main man, Red Wine Bills. So, I was thinking to myself, Lou.
What's that, Shake?
What's that? One I think what irritates me about the fans' bases of lately is the fact that everybody's saying, well, it's the fan. People are starting to blame the fans for the 2-8. Oh, well, because the fans wanted Tua to get paid. Because dude, look, at the end of the day, if Ross is listening to the fans instead of doing what's best for the, first of all, Ross ain't listening to the fans, and secondly, if he was, there's two reasons for it. He doesn't care about winning, and he's all about the bottom dollar. So, and secondly, why the fuck would you talk? Everybody talks about, oh, Chris Greer has no credentials. I'm like, most of the people that criticize him don't have the credentials that Chris Greer has. So to sit here and people to blame fans for where this team is I think, I don't know. It's kind of like barking at the moon, in my opinion.
Yeah, Shake, I would agree. The fans don't hold no bearings, and I see Raphael Courtright, and I completely agree with what he just wrote. Fans have nada, and again, that's for my Latino people, means nothing to do with the play on the field, and I completely agree with that. Like the fans are not throwing passes, the fans are not dropping passes, the fans are not missing tackles or anything like that, and so like the blame the fans get, I agree with you, Shake. I think it's not fair. What I would say though, to your last point about Chris Greer, right? Like at the end of the day, it all just depends. And again, it's whatever side of the fence you want to be on, right? Because fans will come out and say, well, Chris Greer don't know what he's doing, but then one of their favorite players is Jalen Phillips, and Chris Greer drafted him. Like, Chris Greer don't know what he's doing, but one of their favorite players was Christian Wilkins, and he drafted Christian Wilkins.
Well,
and so it's like you can't have it both ways, Shake.
And this should illustrate my point on why the Dolphins don't give a fuck about what the fans want, because, like you said, Christian Wilkins is a fan favorite. Christian Wilkins, you see 94. When we go to games, I used to see 94 jerseys. A lot of people love Christian Wilkins. They know him for being a Power Ranger and all that bullshit. So if Chris Greer and the Dolphins really cared about what the fans, Mike Gesicki will still be here. Damn it, the guy I just mentioned, the Power Ranger, Wilkins will still be here. There'll be a lot of players that would still be here if it was up to the fans. If it was up to the fans, we'd be, you know how many players we'd be drafting if it was up for the fans. So, I mean, to say that the organization placates to the fans is kind of, I don't know where they get that from.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that 100%, Shake. I agree.
And again, if they are doing that, again, it's a money grab, because they're all about selling jerseys. So you better hope that's not the case, because they're not. Because look, the Roonies, a lot of fans, believe it or not, because again, one of my teams I follow dearly because of is Pittsburgh Steelers, and you know the reason why, right? A lot of fans wanted Mike Tomlin gone. A lot of fans, so it is what it is. JC's, I disagree with Lewis just to disagree. What's up, JC?
Who the hell is that? Never heard of him.
Uh-huh. No, you're not blocked, Aaron Jones. I can see you.
That must be somebody that doesn't matter.
He said you haven't seen him in a Josh Allen jersey. Oh man.
Me and JC had a bet.
I thought it was Amicus.
That's what I thought. I thought I had to bet with Amicus.
Apparently, yes.
Well, I don't know. JC would have to. I don't know if JC lives in Buffalo. They don't sell Buffalo Bill jerseys down here in Florida. I don't know. I don't even know where I could get one. And I'm damn sure not ordering it. I'm telling you that now. So.
Oh man. But like I said, I think that's one of the reasons a lot of the infighting, because people, I don't know, have this conspiracy theory that it's the fans. No, the fans don't do jack shit except root.
Yeah, I agree, bro. Like, it's not the fans' fault again for what we're seeing out on the field. It's not the fans' fault. So,
Yep.
now can fans be hyperbolic at times? Me included, right?
Yeah,
so that's why we're fans. So
that's why I don't. That's one of the reasons I don't really speak after a game, especially after a Gator loss. Holy shit! But I had to do everything in my composure to after that Canes game. Hey, and I gave everybody a chance to, like, hey, you know what? Like a man to take. I dropped the link, and everybody, you know what I'm saying. After that, I wasn't gonna congratulate the Canes more than I needed to. But, and the one thing, another a point that I agree with you, is with the Mike McDaniels. Everybody talks about how we had Dan Campbell in the building. Well, Dan Campbell had some losing years. How do you think they got Penei Sewell? They were able to draft him. It was a top 10 pick. So before Dan Campbell had success, he had failures. And well, we got rid of him too.
I mean, look.
What are you saying, Mr. Finisher?
Yeah, my bad, Shake. I got a phone call from one of the guys at work. I declined it. The fact of the matter is, bro.
The U is he talking about FIU, Mr. Finisher? Are you talking about FIU? But go ahead. Yeah, man. And at the end of the day, look, one thing I am willing to stand on is the fact that this time next year, well, I don't know about this time next year. Yeah, I don't play with hurricanes either, man. Listen, the last hurricane, which hurricane? Are you talking about the yeah, I don't play with the hurricanes either, man. We hurricanes are you talking about the hurricanes? Is he talking about the hockey team, the Hurricanes? I don't watch hockey.
Damn, from Carolina, Shake? The Carolina Hurricanes?
Yeah, the Carolina Hurricanes. I don't watch hockey, Mr. Finisher.
Yeah, if you do watch hockey, make sure you represent the best team in the state of Florida. That would be the Tampa Bay Lightning.
The Panthers?
That would be the Tampa Bay Lightning. Three championships and back-to-back Stanley Cup winners. By the way, Shake, I don't know if you knew that, but you know. But yeah,
and look, I ain't gonna lie to you, dude. Like I told you before, bro. If the Panthers starting lineup was to walk in front of me, I wouldn't know who the fuck they are.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. If a couple players from the Tampa Bay Lightning walked by me, I wouldn't probably know them neither. But the game just goes too fast. But to your point about Mike McDaniel, though, and again, this season has been bad, and he has blame in that, right? Like nobody's saying he doesn't. But at the same time, we always talk about the 49ers, right? Because the 49ers run the West Coast system. He was with Kyle Shanahan over there and stuff. The fact of the matter is Kyle Shanahan, Shake, in his first 4 years of being the head coach over with San Francisco, he only had one winning season in those first 4. So 3 out of his first 4 were losing records. So if all I'm saying is if Kyle Shanahan was our head coach in Miami, we don't know what he would have been because at that point we would have probably fired him because that's what we've been doing. So am I saying that Mike McDaniel's perfect or a finished product or what, like, do we know what he will be in the future? No, we do not. But in my opinion, I'm going to give him a chance to kind of right the ship. And I want to see what he becomes, right? Because it's just I'm not willing to give up on Mike McDaniel after 2 seasons and basically 8 games. I'm just not willing to do that yet.
And before I get to my point, I just want to say, listen, Lewis, what do you say when the Panthers played the Lightning? I would, like, on a weekend in Tampa, I'd say we could I'll go to the I'll get tickets, me and you. Winner loser buys Cuban food. Go to a Cuban restaurant somewhere in Tampa. Loser buys Cuban food.
Well, Shake, we could definitely make that happen when the Florida Panthers come down here. If you want, we'll get tickets, and we'll go to the Columbia restaurant that we have down here after the game.
Oh, Columbia's?
Yeah, we'll go to the Columbia.
Oh, hell yeah. They make some good white sangria. Holy shit, that shit is off the chain.
Bro, that Columbia restaurant that we have in Tampa, I know they got one in like the Sarasota.
Yeah, they have one in Sarasota.
Yeah, bro, the one in Tampa in Ybor City, it's maybe a couple blocks away from the actual stadium, the hockey stadium. Bro, the artwork in there is phenomenal. It's just the whole vibe around the whole building.
Oh, yeah, man. You know I'm getting a Bite Palomilla.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a great time over there at the Columbia. One of the best restaurants we have in Tampa. So,
hell yeah. So now what I was gonna say about Mike McDaniel too is the thing about it is the thing I'm encouraged about Mike McDaniel is you look at, let's leave Brian Flores out of this because you already know how I feel about the homie with the wife beater and the house shoes. I never seen Philman have an offense like Mike McDaniel put an offense. I've never seen Adam Gase, maybe one time, and it was ironically to the Denver Broncos. He blew out the Denver Broncos, but I never seen Adam Gase's offense do what Mike McDaniels has done. So at the end of the day, he has, it's not like he's never taken this offense to new heights. He has. Unfortunately, he's growing. So at the end of the day, I think being that he has shown us that he can build a functional offense, that tells you he has something in him, and that you need to give him time to learn how to grow and figure things out.
I would agree. Listen, again, Mike McDaniel has some flaws and some things he has to work on.
Yeah.
But at the same time, to your point, Jake, this offense, when he was hired, he came in here to fix the offense, and he has done that.
Mm-hmm.
And it is what it is. That was my argument with Brian Flores as well. Brian Flores is a defensive guy. When he came here, he got that defense right. So, again, they both get in their job ways now. They might be different with their personalities and things of that nature, and that's fine. Nobody is like anybody else. But to your point, Mike McDaniel, I even though this season is not going the way we all wanted it to go, the fact of the matter is, for the most part, I think he has done a pretty good job down here, and he just needs to grow, man.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to fire him, Shake, and then for him to go somewhere else and become, a Super Bowl winning coach or a guy that can lead a team. You know what I'm saying? You look across this league, bro. Again, you brought up Dan Campbell. Look what he's doing. Todd Bowles is what he's doing here in Tampa, part of Super Bowl winning staffs. You look at the Cincinnati Bengal coach and Zach Taylor. He was here, right? Look what he's doing in Cincinnati.
And real quick, all right, to cut you off. Look at I want to illustrate this point. How they say that they say, oh, Mike McDaniels can't win without Tua. Guess what? Zach Taylor, that same coach that went to the Super Bowl when Joe Burrow got hurt, he didn't make the playoffs. So that tells you right there that it's hard to. It's not impossible, but it's hard to win with a backup quarterback.
Absolutely. Crypto, the link is in the group chat.
I'll drop it to him personally.
Okay. Yeah, Shake. Again, bro, that's a very good point by you. The fact of the matter is, John Harbaugh a couple years ago when Lamar Jackson got hurt and they got into the playoffs, John Harbaugh didn't win that playoff game with Tyler Huntley. He didn't win without his starting quarterback. To your point with Zach Taylor,
first round exit, bounce.
First round exit. The Baltimore Ravens lost to Cleveland that year, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? To your point with Zach Taylor, last year when Joe Burrow was hurt and they had that Jake Browning kid or whatever, Zach Taylor didn't win.
Oh yeah.
Right.
You think they're getting the Chiefs are winning any Super Bowls if Mahomes was missing a season?
Hell no.
I mean, they look. I'll give Andy Reid. Andy Reid could win some regular season games because, dude, the guy's been coaching a lot longer than McDaniels has been alive. Same thing with that's why we were able to have success with ¿cómo se llama ese viejo Vic Fangio? He's been coaching a lot longer, so he's able to adjust better than Weaver. But if Weaver ain't gonna get a head coaching job next year, right? So I think if you look at Minnesota, they did not have the type of defense Brian Flores is having now. I think his second year, he took his where Brian Flores is taking his defense to another level. What's up, Barrog? I can't pronounce that guy's name. You know how to pronounce
Balrog. He's Balrog. Yeah.
Balrog. Yeah. Balrog. I can never pronounce that.
I'm ready to fight, goddammit. That's who I am, goddamn. I'm ready to punch on somebody.
Yeah, man. And I agree with Crypto 100%. We should bring back DVP, aka the Bills Killer.
Oh, damn. That's what he is, Shake.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey,
Yeah.
Lewis, hear me out. The last time we beat Buffalo at home, we had Devontae Parker, and the last time the Patriots beat the Bills, they had Devontae Parker. So I'm just trying to combine the parallels here.
Hey, that might be the secret formula, man. That's the formula. That could be the formula, Shake. Damn, what's going on, Lou? We was talking about the coach. What? I caught the tail end of everything.
Yeah, H. The
Was he talking?
defense. Hey, listen, the defense Viking H. They rank 16th, but guess what? What do they rank on points allowed? They're 6th. They're in the top 10 for points allowed. Which, if you don't score points, your team doesn't win.
What was Lewis saying? Shake.
He also agrees that Devontae Parker needs to come back. No,
okay.
I forgot. I'm talking about Mike McDaniels. That he can't
McGame.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta give a coach a chance to I'm gonna keep that same energy. I kept the same energy with Brian Flores. I wanted him to stay. Let him learn. You know what I'm saying? Let him learn from his mistakes. And I think Mike McDaniel should be given the same opportunity. But that's just me. You can feel, people can feel how they want to feel.
What's the Are we giving them fixed 5 years, or what's the standard and put up and shut up time?
Oh, Raphael, right. Oh man, that would have been a devastating combo right there. DVP and Dan Marino. Holy shit, we'd be like, I think we'd be the new dynasty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Marino actually could work with them kind of receivers. He had the kind of receiver before.
No, but that's no.
Well, that same skill set.
But all joking aside, that's the one thing I like. I'll never forget me and you. We used to disagree. No, I want Devontae Parker. No, you want Devontae Parker gone. But once you brought up the point that Tua doesn't do well with those type of receivers, I concede. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Devontae Parker does not fit the type of wide receiver that Tua needs. Simple as that.
Right. Matching him up with the skill set, with the type of guys he used to flourish with from when he was in college.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking they was going to be with me with that. The hardcore Tuaneers, as far as getting the right group of receivers in here that enhances his abilities. He never really flourished well with the 50-50 type guys. Even in college, every receiver he threw to in college was a catch and go guy. They weren't jump ball guys.
Yeah. I think they need like at least, and I think they were trying to do that with whatchamacallit. Unfortunately, with Izukama,
Mm-hmm.
a big guy with a little bit of speed,
Yeah.
Fun fact: Skylineers are clueless. By the way, fun fact, Aaron Jones, they're not called Skylineers; they're called Skywalkers.
Right. That's exactly. That's the truth. That's the actual name. Yep.
Yeah, Skylineer. There's no such thing as Skylineers. It's just Skywalkers.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Casa Nostra, I can't argue with that either. The only reason the Vikings are regular because of Justin Jefferson. Just like
they got a tight end and another receiver. Addison's good. Yeah, it helps.
It helps. Like for instance, when Vikings were doing good with Randy Moss, and then Lions with Megatron. But yeah, I mean,
right.
Man, but at the end of the day, they, like you said, they could easily shut him down. But that's one thing about Justin Jefferson that amazes me. People still try to plan him out of the game plan, and they can't do it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. That's what I said. Justin Jefferson, the best receiver in football.
Oh, man.
I even thought even if they would have had him.
What up, dogs?
What's up? How you doing? How you living?
I'm just I've had a long day. Well, I don't know. I just did so much this week. I've had a day of like crazy fatigue, so I've just been laying around. I went and did an inspection, but I've just been pretty much laying around all day.
Damn.
Shit's crazy, man. Like fatigue is crazy. It's like it's almost like painful when that shit occurs.
What? Fatigue?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not enough sleep, or you know what I mean?
But it's dope because like with my career, like sometimes I do so much in one day or in a couple days that like I'm all fatigued the next day. But like with my career, I could work like any day of the week. So, like I could manage it well because I could just work tomorrow if I miss today.
Yeah, this is from Street Fighter. Balrog is from Street Fighter. He's
yes, to answer your question, ABAB.
Yeah, he's the first sub boss that you fight. It's him.
He's one of the sub bosses.
Him, I think Vega's the second one.
And Sagat and Dim and Bison.
Yeah.
Then they added 4 new ones after that.
But you're Crypto, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I knew that was you. I knew that was you when I jumped on. Even though it said Balrog, I was like, that's Crypto.
By the way, you want to read that comment, you can.
No, I think
he's
Cap
always,
Life's comment.
Dude. Yo, he's always trying to insinuate I got an STD. Bro is obsessed. Dude is obsessed.
Hey,
I'm
Shake,
gonna go
you see his comment?
You know what? I'm gonna post my last STD test just so that dude shuts up with the negative or in range. Some tests you want to be in range. Or negative.
What STD do you want to be in range with?
Herpes.
Okay.
Herpes, oh man.
What about his piece?
No, it's because we have chicken pox and shingles, which is this. It's similar to herpes, so like your body still like it kind of responds to that type of test, so that's why they want you to be in range instead of positive or negative.
Hey, Shake, did you see Capital Life's response to ABAB? He said he was the guy from Street Fighter that taught Tua how to fall. Jeez.
Where's the guy?
What did he do? Punch them out?
Where's the guy where you just bend down and just swing your arm?
Oh, you must be talking about Dawson, the one with the long arms.
No, the big guy. Remember, he would just squat and just throw his arm back up and down.
Honda.
You talking about Honda? Honda. Honda, yeah. The Samoan. I mean, not Samoan, but the
Samoan dude.
The sumo fighter.
Yeah. Sumo.
The sumo fighter.
I call him Yokozuna. He's basically Yokozuna is him in person.
Yeah.
But the only difference is Yokozuna is Samoan. He's Japanese.
Street Fighter was out. Man, was that out? Was Street Fighter out before Mortal Kombat? I don't know.
Yeah, it came out around the same time.
Because I played both, but I was more into Mortal Kombat.
In the same area.
Yeah, and they both had a Bruce Lee. You know, what's funny is they both had a character after Bruce Lee.
That's I think Street Fighters came later when they added the addition, and Mortal Kombat always had Liu Kang.
Yeah, Fei Long, the
Fei-Long came later.
Because Mortal Kombat was on like.
Yeah,
was
Liu Kang was always the main character.
Liu Kang was based off of Bruce Lee.
Basically, kind of like the Avatar. He's kind of like his avatar. Basically.
I guess I never realized that because.
Okay.
Did Bruce Lee wear like a red bandana? You know what's crazy is Bruce Lee's
Yeah,
buried here
Street
in
Fighter
Seattle.
1,
I've been to his
I believe it
grave
too.
a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Yo, his grave is like he died like almost 50 years ago, and people still put flowers on his grave like probably daily.
Hey, but you know, I seen this
Yeah, he's
movie,
the
American Werewolf
most
in
famous
Paris,
martial artist.
right? And is it true that people go to have sex on the grave of the lead singer of the Doors?
Isn't that in France?
Damn,
Yeah, it's in France.
Doors.
Yeah, that's what's his name.
There's a lead singer. The lead singer from Doors. He was buried in Paris,
Yeah,
and people go to have sex on top of his grave.
Jim Morrison.
Ryu
Jim Morrison.
Life. Yeah, he was the main character that defeated the game.
Jim Morrison. No, that's
Jim
because
Morrison.
he died. That's where he overdosed.
Yeah, but I think it's crazy that people go to have sex on top of his grave.
I don't know. Maybe that's like something he wanted.
Dragon. Oh man, yeah, that was now that was one that's kind of like the martial artist thing. The double dragon was.
Yeah, the reason I knew that was because in the movie American Werewolf in Paris, that werewolf killed a couple that was getting busy on the guy's grave.
The American Werewolf
in Paris.
Hmm.
That was one of my favorite series. There was American Werewolf in London.
Damn, I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a bucket.
London,
Yeah, that'd be a bucket list. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but is it like lit up at stuff at night?
Costa Nostra, that's a good one. I like it. I had that on Atari. Yeah. That's a good one.
Too,
I had it on now. I had that on Sega, all the Sega games, and I had the
the OG Nintendo.
Fight.
No, the OG Nintendo Battletoads game.
Oh yeah.
Because
AB speaking my language right there, man.
You could hurt.
Yeah. Hey, as funny as
I played Contra.
Up, down, AB left right start.
Yo, I played Contra on my
exactly.
Game Boy.
AB left right start. Exactly. Yo. That was part of a code on the Super Nintendo.
The 30 lives.
I played it on Game Boy.
Metal Gear, hell yeah. Metal Gear was good too.
Yeah, I played Contra on Game Boy.
And,
oh yeah.
It's up there. Contra is definitely. I like Streets of Rage now. That's really going back.
Yeah, Streets of Rage. I didn't like part 3. Part 3 sucked, but part 1 and 2 were my shit.
Yeah, it's the
I used to get the. In the first one, I used to get the black dude, and then in part 2, I used to get the kid with the skates. Because the 2 ones I picked were, I like speed in those type of games. You know what I'm saying? You need to be fast. Is that why your name is AB after the Contra after the Contra code?
No way. He ain't that much. He ain't been doing it for that long.
No, that was
Earthworm Jim.
Extra lives on. You can have that on the Game Genie. You can get extra lives on Mario Kart, and freaking all the other ones. You get extra lives, like unlimited lives.
No, you know what game was dope? When you had the so I had the Sonic and Knuckles game, but then I had the other Sonic and Knuckles game that you put into the game. So remember how like Game Genie, you would put the game on top of the Game Genie. So there was a Sonic and Knuckles game that had that same thing where it flipped open the top and you put another game on it. And like it was like this crazy, very specific Sonic and Knuckles game. It was dope.
You played them together. They
combined
the two.
Yeah. And it was like Jim.
There you go, Ali.
Earthworm Jim was Earthworm was okay, but like once you lose your suit, it's like, oh shit.
Killer Instinct, yeah, Marino Scope. That was the closest game to Street Fighter, the second edition, before they started getting the Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter 3. Now they up to Street Fighter 6.
Okay.
Turbo.
I like that. He goes, I picked ABA because it was easy. That's what's up, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all ever beat the Lion King on Sega?
Yeah.
I did. It was crazy. It took so long to do it because you couldn't save a game. If you died all the way, you had to start over.
Well, Donkey Kong would have been your favorite game, Michael K.
And
You
let
would
me
have
ask
been
you a
getting
question.
what
He
you
said, hold
call
on.
video
I was
games.
busy meeting women, and so damn man. So he must have been pepper sprayed a lot. Just by the sounds of it.
Yeah. We didn't mean.
Michael K was talking about he was watching he was waiting till 10 o'clock at night to watch on TV and Spectrum, so he went to turn his head sideways to get off.
No, it's carnage, total carnage. No, serious. Yo, the Lion King was dope though. Like once you became like a big lion.
Mm-hmm.
That was only one of the few games I ever beat. Besides that, it was only pretty much Resident Evil.
What system was Lion King on?
Sega Genesis.
Oh, it was on Sega Genesis, the original one?
Yeah.
Or just the original?
Oh, yeah, okay. The original one. And what was dope was like when Sega introduced that 6-button controller. It was the dopest shit for Mortal Kombat. It was crazy.
Oh, you talking about on
Nintendo
NES? No, Super Nintendo?
Yeah, so
no,
they had
Sega Genesis.
They had a whole bunch of games on it, all in one, built inside the console.
Oh yeah,
that's what you're talking about.
They
just selected.
Yeah, no, that's what they have now. But I'm saying back in the day, at first when Sega came out, it had the 3-button controller, and then they came out with a 6-button controller.
Yeah, because all the fighting games, you had the 3 different kicks and the 3 different punches.
Yeah, dude, it was lit. It was the craziest stuff, man. Like
high punch, low punch, medium punch, high kick, low punch, medium
dude, it was crazy, man. Like to be that young and have that, it was insane. Like we were the first generation. I mean, you know, there was Atari, but I don't know. It's just Sega Genesis was just a whole different level.
No, Coaster Nostra, that's not that kind of game.
My dad had the first Nintendo. He bought it and he used to play Duck Hunt.
Oh yeah, that's on the first one. The very first, that was the first one. Yeah, Duck Hunt. Because they gave you a gun. You had to plug in the gun into the gun.
Yeah, that's why he bought the game. That was the only game he liked because like we had dogs like we used to go hunting. And so it was like what we already did. It was cool. It's like the one and only time I see my dad ever play a video game.
Look at freaking Bob. Michael K is over there. Michael K wants to have a stroke fest.
Michael K, you want somebody to give you attention? Nothing more pathetic than sitting on YouTube.
I want to know, like, does he talk like that? Does he talk like that to people in person? Like, he don't be just talking like that to people in person. It's got to only be online. It's only got to be online, dude, because he ain't even like that when he was on the show, when you let him on.
You can find out this. I know Michael K is full of it because you couldn't find nobody in Western New York in a bar, even at 3 or 6 in the afternoon, because it's all ghost towns. How you go pick up somebody in a place that's empty, Michael K? I was just
he was talking about at the rodeo in the ranch.
It was like literally nobody in downtown Buffalo or Niagara.
Hey, by the way, Mike. By the way, him calling you Dunk means that you've arrived. That he likes you.
I guess he ain't never been to Miami.
He probably has. He's used to.
See, the thing about I think he's been to Florida, but the women in Florida have higher standards, so he went back to Buffalo.
He probably only been to like Orlando or some shit.
The women in
been to like Orlando and like Pensacola. So he's like, he's like been to Daytona. I
It's
remember.
like
I
literally
know a
two
dude.
people every 20 miles
I
in
know a
Western New
dude.
York.
I know a dude out here
I know
who
Michael
lived
Caine talking.
who lived in Florida for a little while, and he lived only in Daytona and Orlando. He's like, I didn't really like it. There wasn't this and that. I said, because you weren't at the good places. That's why.
Mm.
I mean, you know, there's a lot of music parks and stuff in Orlando, but besides that, I don't know. I couldn't live there. It's either St. Pete or West Palm.
St. Pete.
St. Pete's the shit, man. That's the dopest city ever. If I move back to Florida, it's only St. Pete.
St. Pete?
Yeah. Or I could live in Miami too, though. Because it's like there's so much stuff to do there.
Yeah.
Hey, Finsanity 5. What's up, Finsanity
What's up,
5? How you
Finsanity?
doing?
But St. Pete is the dopest.
Yeah.
Actually, if I was to go up north, I'd probably visit Jersey. Jersey looks like it's a good place to visit. You ever been to Jersey? Crypto?
Yeah, I've been to Jersey all the time.
I've been to Jersey Airport, and
Yeah.
I can see downtown New York City from it.
Yeah. I used to go my other job once a week on Wednesdays to pick up backhauls. But yeah, I've been to Jersey a whole bunch of times. But yeah, actually the Jets and Giants play in New Jersey.
Yo,
Man,
Crypto,
that's why MetLife Stadium's at.
you hit some of the trip that I want to take. I want to fly to Detroit and drive to Toronto and then drive to Niagara Falls and then fly out of Buffalo.
Yeah, I just drove over there over the weekend. Buffalo and Niagara. Yeah, it's real nice to see them once you get up there. Normally you look at pictures of them, then when you actually there and you see the freaking spray and the mist coming up off of billions of gallons of water falling per second, you'd be like, oh.
Yeah, there's
this
this massive waterfall out here called Franklin Falls, and you can walk all the way up to it, and it is like power for power. It's like huge, dude. It's like blasting water everywhere, and it's like it's crazy. Like I've went and stood right next to it. It was like standing. It was like being in a storm. It was insane.
The American Ferry finished because they said it was over for the season, and then the Canadians still had their ferries going because they was riding up and down the river up into the edge of not the edge of the fall, but at the bottom of the falls. They had boat rides going there.
I would do that. Man. That would be cool.
Yeah, next time I go, I'm gonna go.
There's nothing like
it. Canadian side to go on a boat ride.
Well, yeah, because like there's nothing like it when you get to stand right next to a big waterfall or really feel that power. It's crazy.
Right, and they was sitting there, and I was like, "Holy cow!" And how they can. I guess the current is not as strong at the bottom part, but they're able to have a powerful enough engine to back up out of there. I'm like, what happens if that damn?
Well, there's probably a lot of rip current.
Freaking, they get sucked into the damn falls.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of rip current there.
Yeah. What's that, Michael K, coming to your city if you think Buffalo doesn't have a crazy bar scene?
Oh, I knew he was going to say something
crazy. The big and rich don't. What's the Maid of the Mist? The Maid of the Mist is the Canadian boat, Michael K. Is that the one out? That's what I was looking at with the Canadian boat at the bottom. What's the Maid of the Mist? I imagine that's the boat.
It's his favorite. It's his favorite R. Kelly video.
Yeah, because it's mist. Well, it was a hell of a lot of freaking.
This is a remix to Mistin.
I didn't see any jet boats over there. Is it the right season? Do I have to go?
Jet boats? What is this? Miami Vice?
As I'm saying, they got jet boats in Niagara. What is Michael K talking about? He said
they're trying to go up the waterfall in a boat.
That's what I'm saying. What is? We got jet boats out. I'm definitely not gonna be on the top of the damn
Michael K,
thing
come
trying
up.
to even
Hey,
doing
listen,
any
come
kind
up.
of
We don't
boating.
bite, man. Come up here and if you can,
You're never
come
gonna
up here
catch me in
and
any kind of boat even close to
talk.
that fall. Maybe on the bottom, but that's different. But not on the top. That's like freaking no way.
Is that Cap posting the link?
No, that's me.
Oh, you just have his picture? His Twitter? No, his Switch?
Yeah.
His Twitch?
No, actually, it's his Twitch. Yeah. So what happens is, so anything that, so whenever I drop the link from my end, it posts all the links that he's.
I'm just wondering. I just was curious.
Oh, it goes
Okay.
Vince Tailgate channel, and then the Vince Tailgate with Cap picture.
Yeah. But maybe that's just like the main picture for the
100 proof.
like it's the profile picture.
I don't think I have the service to go to the StreamYard.
Now, dude,
Yeah,
with that picture and then with Michael K's picture, like it's a whole bunch of pictures of Michael.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
And he's not even on here.
Right.
It's like we don't even got to not talk about him. He's just there.
Right. Exactly. Yep. Damn.
Michael K got toilet paper printed with that same image, even though it's filled with formaldehyde.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Yeah, like them. A lot of toilet paper is like super toxic, but like the ones that come that are like colored or painted and shit that you can get like Spencer's or something. That shit's toxic as fuck.
Yo, what's up, Sir Alfred? Hey, listen, a pillow that smells like formaldehyde is better than a pillow that smells like chloroform. So,
yeah, keep telling yourself that.
I would say, right?
It's good logic to use. It sounds, sounds safe. That kind of logic. So what is going on tonight? What is this, late night, late afternoon, late evening?
Oh, just drive time. We talk about.
Oh, drive time. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. You see the background of the car driving.
Oh yeah. I thought I was playing Cyberpunk 2025 or whatever.
I ain't gonna lie, but man, this background is kind of dope when you've been drinking.
Yeah, no, all the backgrounds are dope.
Yeah.
We had one going last night. It was like the mall. It looked like the T.F.T.G store.
Yeah, this one right here. Hold on, where is it?
It like goes sideways. Yeah, that one's dope too. They're all. I mean, shit, man. Like HB's always got cool. He's always making cool stuff.
Man. I especially enjoy his disclaimers.
Yeah. Oh man, we need stickers to that. That would be like a good sticker. He needs to put some of my stuff on there. The only thing I can get that's mine online is a picture, but it's a collage picture. Like we ain't got no nothing else. Tonk 7, and I got so many episodes.
So no, what you got to do is if you want, you have you have HB's number. What you could do, what I did is I text the, for instance, the Vice City. I texted him that concept, and he made it happen. So if you text him a concept of a shirt, he'll make it happen.
Okay. But I meant like
hold on. Let me address something.
He has my image. I'm just saying, like he got the cards on there. You got like Ali has his cards. You could just put my symbol on there. You know what I mean? It ain't. It ain't got to be something new.
And I would say, but go ahead, let Crypto address something real quick.
Oh yeah. What's up?
No, I was just gonna address because We got our Canadian homie that comes around from time
Triple
to
S.
time. Triple S. Yeah, he was telling us about the Canadian Niagara side. Is better. I will have to concur if he's talking about the horseshoe bend, the horseshoe falls. Or are you talking about that one? Because that one was much more impressive. Um, Unless he's talking about the viewpoint, but even the viewpoint from the U.S. side of horseshoe was quite impressive. Unless you can see more at the bottom on the Canadian side versus being on the top where I was at. But that's pretty impressive sight. I was like,
Did
holy shit!
you go
I had to
into
took
Canada?
I must have took at least 50 pictures. No,
Did you
I was
go
on the
into
U.S. side
Canada?
though. No, I was
Oh,
on the U.S. side. They got Rainbow Bridge that goes across into Canada. But I was going to
what?
go, but I didn't have my pass. I didn't have my passport on me, so
Oh,
I couldn't
why?
go.
Why didn't you bring it with you?
No, the lady at one of the hotels up there said I don't even need that. I can get what they call not a real ID, but it's called
Oh, an enhanced
a different
ID.
type of ID, a
No,
enhanced
it's an
ID.
enhanced ID.
Right, and you can use it temporarily to go over
No,
if you
no,
just
it's
doing it
not
for a day or
temporary.
whatever.
How it works is you can drive into Canada with it. You can't fly.
Right, as long as you're in the vehicle. Okay, so you have to be driving.
Or walking.
Yeah,
Ju-
but yeah, because there's a walkway on the bridge. You can
Right,
that same
right.
bridge
So
has
you
walk.
yes.
People can
So
walk.
an enhanced ID because you have to show your birth certificate and stuff to get an enhanced ID. I have one, but I also have a passport. Um,
Yeah,
but
mine's about to expire if it's not already expired. Because 2024 was
man,
the
I would never,
expiration
dude.
date.
I would never go to Can. I would never even remotely go close to Canada unless I couldn't get in.
Yeah, well, I
Is
was pretty
Seattle next to
close.
Canada? Is close to Canada?
I was literally about 1,000 yards from the Canadian border.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was that close.
I'm like 3 hours from Canada.
Damn.
I've been
Hmm.
up there. I've been to Canada, Vancouver and North. I've been a bunch of times. I've been to Canada. I've also been to Montreal.
Yeah, you're right there on the border. Seattle is on the border of Vancouver, right? I mean, Vancouver's
Well,
like
it's not on the
40
border.
minutes away.
No, we're a few hours south. But
I'm talking about to get into
yes,
Canada from Seattle.
yes, I have to drive north and go all the way up to Blaine. That's where I take I-5
The
north.
point of entry. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
that's about
called
another
Blaine.
hour.
Yeah, it's called Blaine, Washington.
Yeah.
It is what's cool is because the neighborhoods they line the border so you can go into some areas and like literally the fence is the border. Like if I sneezed, it would land in Canada.
Oh, okay. Well, Michael K did say the Canada side is better too. So would I be crossing? Well, that's probably the main
Dude,
entrance or
everything on the
Rainbow
Canada
Bridge.
side is better.
And
They
then
got they
what?
got
Do I take a hike to the bottom, Michael K? Do I hike? Do I when I cross over Rainbow Bridge into the Canada side? Do I have to go to the bottom, or can I stay at the top of the falls? What would I have to do? Because the ferries are at the bottom. They're saying the Canada side is better. But I guess I wasn't getting a good viewpoint from the U.S. side, from all the
Hey,
three
so
falls on
have
the
you ever
U.S.
had
side.
that? What's that? The French fries with the gravy?
ew
Mm-mm.
poutine.
Yeah, yeah.
Nah, it's got mayonnaise in it.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn! I
I'm gonna
really
get my
want to try it
passport
now.
next time, or that enhanced ID
Oh
when
yeah,
I go
dude,
up
you
there.
never want to go to Canada. Yeah, you always want to be able to get
Well, the
into
other
Canada.
time I was in that spot is probably like an hour from Toronto, so I'm going to Toronto anyway. So I'm gonna have to go that same route to go to
When are you
Toronto
going to Toronto?
in this next spring. I'm gonna go to
Mm.
when the Cubs play the Blue Jays.
Oh, okay. I've heard Toronto's like one of the best cities in all Canada.
Yeah, it's one of the best ones. Yeah, for sure. I went to Whistler, Canada. I went from Detroit. I was real young. The last time I actually
With
went into Canada, I went from the Detroit side.
Yeah, that's what I want to
Yeah,
do.
yeah. I went in from that side. I went into Windsor. That was the last time I was in Canada. Will Levis would like it
Yeah,
better with mayonnaise.
because but the country, the United States, is going to make it so that you have to have an enhanced ID to fly.
So that's your new passport per se, quasi passport? What do you mean to fly? To
Like
fly
if you
just
want to
domestically or
fly,
internationally?
no, domestically. Well, I know
But
Washington.
what I'm saying, if I'm flying from DC to Miami, me getting an enhanced ID is kind of like having a real ID for a driver's license, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I have a real ID. I have that.
Can you go to Mexico too with that?
Yeah. So hold on.
Too?
With an enhanced ID, you can drive into Mexico. You cannot fly.
Okay.
You have to have a passport to do international flight. But an enhanced ID, you can drive into it or walk.
And that's what the lady at the
so if
hotel
I had
told
an
me. I was like, what the hell is
if I
an
had an
enhanced
enhanced
ID?
ID, I could drive to Europe.
No, no.
Good luck with that. Actually, you know what? Right? Why you kidding?
Actually, go right
Actually,
ahead.
technically, you can drive there.
Go right ahead.
You know how? Because there's once a year where you have a land bridge from Alaska to Russia that freezes over for a short period of time.
And Putin's about to throw in the towel. Putin is about to throw in the towel anyways now that Trump's president.
Right, exactly.
What
so
a
you're gonna be able
fucking
to cross
coward.
it.
What a fucking coward. That man is by far the largest coward in the history of the planet.
He's a saber rattler, Tunk. You know that.
He's been at war for years now, and then as soon as Trump, he's like, well, we could talk about peace talks. What a fucking chump.
No, it's his buddy. He's got that buddy.
Because he's like, all right, Trump already almost got killed twice. It's like, we better not mess with this dude. That's crazy, man. That second sniper where he was I used to drive by there all the time. That golf course right there off Congress. It's crazy. I can picture 100% the whole area when they talked about where the guy was.
He was he was further away from the first guy though. He was like way back, way out of range. That's why he dropped his weapons and ran.
That guy was a complete psychopath. He had a criminal charge of weapon of mass destruction.
You say ass destruction?
That sounds like Osama. That sounds like
the dude who tried to shoot Trump the second time.
Mass destruction. That would be what you call.
He had a previous charge of a weapon of mass destruction. He like had a bomb and he held down a building.
Mm-hmm.
He had a bomb and he was like, it's like, how do you go from being able to get a charge of having a weapon of mass destruction to be able to get guns after that? Like how is that possible?
Making him seem like he's Osama bin Laden or somebody, a weapon of mass destruction.
That's what the charge.
The house of the Iraqi government.
That's what the charge was.
Oh, not for the second incident, but it's probably before that. You see?
No, yes, that's what he had. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was convicted of a weapon of mass destruction. Not when he tried to shoot Trump. This was years before.
Yeah, because he just had a book bag and a rifle. That's all he had.
Yeah,
that's a weapon of mass destruction. He must be He must be a hell of a sniper.
Well,
20 years. What does he say?
Which picture you talking about? Text me the picture, Mike.
What did he say? Something 20 years?
McMichael from
You can't text me the picture.
Dude, yo, Michael K, shut your mouth, dude. Shut your pie hole, too.
You know you love Michael K.
McMichael.
Shorsky. He looks exactly like Dunk.
Shorsky?
Dunk the Clown? We talking about Dunk the Clown?
No, he's talking about he's
talking about me.
Calling him Dunk.
Dunk. Oh, well, I said Dunk the Dunk is the wrestler.
He calls
clown.
me Dunk because he wishes he could see my ass.
Damn,
Michael K.
Yo, whose life alert's going off? Oh.
Right, Coaster. They're homies. Right, Coaster Nostra. They're homies. They are buddies. They're best of pals. So it's easy to collude by telling the guy to stand down.
Yo, he better release the Epstein list. He said that if he became
Well, he's on
president,
it.
he'd release that list. Yeah, well,
He won't release it because he's on the list. Why would he do that?
No,
Why
but
would he
he
release
did.
the list he's on?
Yeah, but that's besides the point at this time.
By the way, the views and expression. Hey, the views and expression on this show do not reflect those of the
It's
tailgate.
vital information. You want to know whether or not the president-elect has been getting pounded from behind.
Dude, they got pictures of there's pictures of Trump in Jeffrey Epstein partying, dude.
I got you.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, there's lots of pictures.
Look, this ain't a debate. This is fact. This isn't opinion. This is fact of what he said he would do. So this is not who I voted for or who what. This is what he said. Like I'm not over your list. Yeah, I'm not insinuating. I'm not insinuating nothing. I'm saying he said he would release the list because people start getting itchy and touchy when it comes to this, and it's like I'm not saying nothing besides what has already been said. I ain't supporting nothing. I'm just telling you what's been said. I ain't saying if I agree with it or not, even though I agree.
Well, there's actual audio now of him saying that he colluded with them in 2017. There's actual tapes now, actual audio tapes.
Anything that Trump did with Epstein won't be a surprise. You cannot think that there's no surprise. You should not be surprised about anything when it comes to Trump. If you get surprised by anything when it comes to Trump, that's on you.
By the way, this is the picture that Michael K said. He said,
"What the fuck? 20 years? I look like I already look older than that guy now. What the fuck you talking about? Dude, I got more gray hair than that dude ever will have.
More grays.
You're just trying to find a picture.
He's older.
You're just trying to find something that you can throw darts at.
Michael K said he's trying to call you young. Is he calling you a young whippersnapper?
He wishes I was this young whippersnapper. He's like, no, he just showed me a picture. He just showed me a picture of the dude he'd want to call me if him and I were hooking up. He'd want to call me that dude's name.
Right.
Hey, so how's your college team doing, by the way, Tunk?
What?
Isn't your one of your teams that you root for Seattle?
You mean
Seattle, Washington or Washington State? Which one is it?
What are you talking about? College or professional?
College.
Yeah, UW, the Huskies.
How are they doing this year?
Yeah, University of Washington.
How are they doing this year?
They're not doing good. They lost too much, man. They lost the quarterback,
the coach,
and then of course the head coach. And I don't know. I didn't know. I only watched him so much before that team because I started going to the games in 2022. That was his first season, and then his second season was last year. So I don't know, and I've just been so busy this year. I haven't been watching the games, but it's just the games have been the way they've been airing the games sucks now because it's on the Big Ten. It's all Big Ten, and so it's not so much available anymore. I don't know. It's really weird. Like some of the games are hard to find. So it's just I don't know. I don't like that they went to the Big Ten. It sucks. The tickets are a lot more expensive, and it's just I don't think it was a good move. I think the Big Ten is greedy and stupid for trying to dismantle the Pac-12.
Damn.
Big Ten sucks, dude. I don't like it.
Is Colorado in the Big Ten?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, so you're in the same division they're in the same division as Ohio State?
Who?
UW? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at divisions for. Do they have divisions? Because that was the Big 12 that didn't have divisions. That's why they had multiple conference championships. But does the Big 10 have? It has divisions. So all right, so the Big 10. Yeah, I don't think it has divisions. Has 11 teams. 10, 11. Has 11 teams.
Well, like the SEC right now, the SEC doesn't have divisions anymore.
Right.
East or West.
Right. Yeah, so it's just who's ever at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So right now it would be Indiana and Oregon for the Big 10 championship. Yeah, we're almost last in like we're tied for second. And unless I don't know, and maybe did we play Wisconsin yet? Is that why we're ahead of them? Because we're tied with Wisconsin, but we're on top of them. So maybe we beat them. But however, I do like that the Big 12 went to the SEC, but that's not as big of a transition. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's as big as a transition as.
What's up, Franklin Stubbs? How you doing? Long time no see. How you been, brother? Haven't seen you in a while. What's up, Franklin Stubbs?
Franklin Stubbs.
Any
You
games,
said Franklin Monster?
By the way, man, I was watching the game as I was calling the I was watching the what is it? What was I watching? Yeah, the Bengals game and the Baltimore game. It was funny is at the last 2 minute what's it called, the 2-point conversion. This guy literally, the thing that if it would have been done to Patrick Mahomes, they would have got they would have been penalized hands to the face. The guy literally did a blatant hands to the face.
What game?
Last night's game.
Oh, I didn't see what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was hands to the face.
What? Hold on. For what? Who again? What happened?
So when they were throwing the ball, when to do a 2-point conversion, the player put the helmet, like how when certain quarterbacks, when you hit their head, whatever they call it, hands to the face as they're throwing the ball, you hit the quarterback's face. They call it hands to the face, and they make it and they make you do they give you a new set of downs and shit like that.
Okay.
That's what happened to Joe Burrow.
Oh.
But of course, you can't get a new set of downs because it's 2-point conversion. But that would have at least made him retry the.
Oh, okay. Oh, and that would have made a difference.
Yeah. And that's the one thing I tell people too is like, if they do it to another team, guess what? Don't get mad when they do it to your team. It's hard to say when they call it and when they don't call it, Penalties haven't been consistent, well, in a long time. But it was entertaining, I tell you what.
Yeah, it definitely was an entertaining game.
The game I'm looking forward to seeing is the Sunday night game with Houston versus the Lions. That's gonna be a good game.
All right.
Yep. Even Costnoster saw it. Awful no call. Who had Chase on the head, man? Chase had a hell of a night last night. Chase, whoever had
showing up.
I tell you what, whoever had Chase, Burrow, and Lamar
like
Jackson,
50
you had
points
some
of fantasy almost. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. If you had Lamar or Chase, or Burrow.
Mm-hmm. But you know one thing,
Sure.
I'm gonna play. Look, they showed this press conference last night, and I posted it on my Facebook. And I tell you what, this is what. Real quick, I'm gonna play this clip real quick on the
Whose conference? Chase's conference.
Yeah, no, well, I'll show you now real quick. Yeah. Look, this is look at it. Listen to this.
Quarterback over here, you know, it's a lot of great quarterbacks in the league, not just us two, you know. But and it's a divisional game. I just know it's gonna be a dog fight with regardless, because he got dog in him.
I love playing against him. I love watching him. He's incredible. What he does with the ball in his hands is fun to watch. So you know what kind of game it's going to be going into that when you got him on the other side of the ball.
So I tell you right there, you know, that's what I call sportsmanship. You know. Do the trash talk, you know. Do the trash talking before the game, you know. There's nothing wrong with trash talking, but after it's all said and done, just you know. Just like boxers, you know, you see that for 10 rounds, these guys are beating the hell out of each other, but once it's said and done, they shake hands and hug, you know.
That's Michael K's favorite part.
What?
Hoping they kiss each other.
Hey, Michael K. I was gonna tell you when I was at Skidmark Stadium the other day.
Skidmark Stadium, yeah.
You know, that was pretty. They gave me a warm welcome, man. They was about to put me on the jumbotron of Skidmark Stadium, man. You know, I was like, man, I had to tell them, man. You know, it'll be an honor, man. I'm just here to have a good time.
Hey, tell them about that smoker you saw. No, that smoker. What was that? Didn't you see like a grill in a box?
Yeah, they made a oven out of a cardboard box. An oven. It was. I kid you not. It was an oven. I made it out of a cardboard box. They lined it with aluminum and duct tape, dryer duct tape.
Oh,
and
man,
they cut holes in it to vent it out. And they put the charcoals at the bottom, and it heats up like in 2 minutes, like in record time, to get up to like 114, 15, 50 degrees or whatever, just stove temperature. You know, and then you could just cook whatever you want inside of it, like a regular old oven. I was like, wow, it was crazy. Definitely gave me some ideas, man, on when I go out in the woods next time. I'm definitely going to have one of them things handy, man. You figure just a regular old cardboard box, man. Can make you an oven out of a cardboard box. I got some pictures of it.
By the way, Michael K. See, that's where you're wrong. That was a Patriots fan whose car blew up. So it wasn't the Dolphins fans who blows up cars. That was a Patriot
blows
fan.
up car. Right, that was a Patriot fan, and that was at MetLife Stadium, wasn't it?
No, that was in Miami.
Oh yeah, that was down there. Oh, it was in the yellow
yeah,
parking
that was
lot.
on the Patriots game. It was a Patriots fan.
Okay, I remember somebody's car catching on fire in MetLife too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Blow up in the parking lot. Yeah. Yeah, that was nice, man. I didn't see the file cabinet thing.
The Patriots play, there's always an incident going on. Like remember, as a matter of fact, it was the game that you were at when the Dolphins fan and the Patriots fan fought, and the Patriots fan died.
Right. Yep. Died like he's literally like 4 sections away from me on the same level, 300 level, but like 4 sections down. Where the Patriot fan died. Dolphin
That's
fan,
crazy,
Patriot
man.
fan got into a scuffle and and then they try to say, oh, he had heart problems and all this other stuff they threw in there. But you punched the guy, you triggered the heart condition. You were callous. I don't want to hear about this pre-existing condition. You could do that with anybody's freaking thing. You shoot somebody in the head and then go claim to the judge, oh no, he had an aneurysm the week before. He probably died from that. You know, you can't go screaming pre-existing conditions when you were the catalyst that made the condition happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was wild. Yeah, that's always a crazy incident happen when I'm at one of these games.
Oh, so you were at the Patriots game too, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Where the
You
car
talking
was
about the
set on
Dolphins
fire?
Patriots? No,
No.
not that one. I was at the Jet game when somebody car got torched.
Oh shit. Yeah, so that
Yeah.
that tells you right there, you're bad luck.
Yeah, I know.
Cross Nostra, yeah. Skidmark Stadium. That is fine.
Yeah.
That's right. Skidmark Stadium.
Yeah, man. I got there that morning. Shake, we did the show overnight.
Oh,
You know, as I pulled into the area, the new Skidmark Stadium was being built. And yeah, they had the cranes out. And I was like, wow.
Oh,
these guys
no,
were
what's funny
upgraded
is
to the it became Skidmark to Toilet Bowl Stadium. That's the new name.
what's funny is after as you were whatchamacallit, as I was after we done, as I was going to bed, my wife was getting up to go to work.
Oh, she was?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm like, good.
Wow.
I got the bed
That
all to
time did go
myself.
by quick when I think about it. Even though it was 7 hours we was on, but I was thinking about the time. I was like, man, that actually did go by kind of quick. So I pulled over on the side, went around on the side because I was in lot 7. I was like, oh man.
And even Michael K's taking shots at it. It looks like a bedpan.
Oh yeah. I was on the visitor side. So yeah. It was
Yeah,
crazy.
man. I'm on a losing streak though, man. I really am on a losing streak.
Yeah, because you was at the Giant game. That was the last time we won, right? Wasn't that our last time we won?
Yeah.
When we
The
were at
last
the
time we
Giants
won, yeah, I
game?
think it was. No, I think it was
Yeah,
the
me and you
Patriots
was at the
game. I
Giants.
forgot which game it was. But yeah.
Yeah, that was our last victory with them.
Yeah,
So
no,
I
then
won't
we
be.
went
You
after
guys are
that
going
was
to the Raiders
Carolina and then
game.
the Patriots. I think it was the Patriots was the last one.
Yeah, but you guys were at the Giant. You guys were at the Patriots game this year. No, you
No, that
didn't go to
wasn't
the
at,
Patriots.
well, yeah, the Patriots play this back to back, you know. And then what was I gonna tell you? Yeah, for sure. I know I'm gonna go to the what game I'm going to?
The Raiders game.
No, not the Raiders.
The 49ers.
Yeah, the 49ers. Lucci, my homeboy Lucci, he has a tailgate. I'm gonna be watching the game from the tailgate.
Wait a minute. Did Lewis them have a blitz pickup show today?
Yeah, he's doing one. They're doing one as we speak.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what happened to Lewis.
Yeah. He just came up to keep me company for a little bit.
Oh, okay. He had it. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering, like, man, what happened to Lou? Lou dropped out, and okay, I forgot about today is Friday. I'm losing track of the week. This week going by fast. Tomorrow's my last day of work. Basically, tomorrow is my Friday.
Yeah.
Then I'm off on Tuesday, which is a holiday. Well, actually, Monday is a holiday, but I'm taking Tuesday off. So, yeah.
Yep. Hey, listen, I agree with Michael K. We haven't won a. You know what's funny is we haven't won a playoff game in 24 years, but you know what? We have the same amount of Super Bowl appearances in the last 24 years.
Yes. Absolutely.
So,
yeah. Absolutely.
Congratulations on winning a game that's going to get you on the couch and sitting on the couch the very next week.
Yeah.
Last year they won the wild card and got bounced in the divisional. I think they got bounced in the divisional the year before that to the Cincinnati Bengals too. So yeah, congratulations. Yes, you have more playoff wins, but like I said, we have the same amount of Super Bowl appearances. Just like when somebody tells me, "Oh man, Mike McDaniels has more playoff appearances than Brian Flores," but guess what? They have the same amount of playoff wins. So.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I never get that. I never got that the fascination. I don't care if we win. Who's that? The Lions had a long losing drought, but you know when they got, I think the Lions and the Bengals. The Bengals had a long losing drought too, but when they won their first playoff game, they made it all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, when they finally got the playoff win from the Andy Dalton years. Oh yeah. He was able to take it the distance. Yep. Just like Detroit almost took it the distance once they start winning playoff games. They should have. I would argue that Dan Campbell stopped that one. Stopped their momentum.
Again, however, it doesn't matter. We don't have the. Yeah, you're right. We have the consecutive without a playoff in all major sports. But again, at the end of the day, when it comes to the Super Bowl, we're both on the couch eating, like Tua says, we're both on the couch eating our potato chips.
Yep, everybody's got a remote control and eating chips.
Yep. Josh Allen too. Actually, Josh Allen's probably playing golf, but whatever.
Yeah, he's farming.
He's probably playing golf. Yeah, he's out there. He's out in Wyoming again, right? He's a Wyoming boy. Is Josh Allen a Dick Cheney fan? They both from Wyoming.
Ew. Who the hell? Dick Cheney? He's worse than Bush.
They both from Wyoming though, Tunk. No, they shoot each other in the face.
I encourage everybody to go hunting with Dick Cheney.
No, dude. How the hell Dick Cheney got shot in the face, and the guy hold on a second. No, Dick Cheney shot somebody in the face, and the guy still apologized. The dude who got shot in the face by Dick Cheney apologized to Dick Cheney.
Well,
right. Sorry, I got in front of your bullet. Excuse me, Cheney. My bad for getting in front of your bullet.
Hey, just like the other day.
Sorry that my face was in the way of your gun.
Just like
right.
Just like the other day, when I ran over somebody in the sidewalk, he got up and apologized for being in the sidewalk.
He was like, "Thank God you didn't treat me like, thank God you didn't treat me like Brandon Lee."
Right. With the blank shots, also was on the set of the thing.
The Crow.
It was a blank put inside of the thing.
No,
what happened was actual wasn't a blank.
No, what happened was there was a bullet lodged inside the barrel. So that the person who inspected the gun didn't inspect the gun good enough. There was a bullet lodged inside of the barrel. So when he put in the blank and fired it, it pushed the bullet out.
Cheney was gangster.
I mean,
Oh my
dude.
God, fucking shady.
As a matter of fact,
Damn.
that's like for instance, if you don't like somebody, that was one of my insults. I'm like, I hope you go to like there's somebody I don't like. I'm like, I hope you go hunting with Dick Cheney. You tell somebody that.
Right. Yeah.
You don't die, but you at least you know.
Yeah, at least you weren't on the set of Rust.
Didn't whatchamacallit get accused of is on trial for that?
Yeah,
Baldwin?
he's on trial for manslaughter.
Wait a minute. Say that again. I missed that. I'm back. Say that again, Shake. Who's on trial for manslaughter?
Alec Baldwin.
Oh, Baldwin. Okay.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin. I don't know if it's
I
involuntary
thought
or
that trial
not,
was
but I know
over.
it's manslaughter.
That was in Virginia, right? Or was that
Yeah.
the different case I'm thinking about?
I don't know.
Virginia?
I don't know. It was on the set of Rust.
Okay.
Right.
Michael K says Baldwin's case was thrown out.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go.
Well, there's the person who actually shot the gun is going to be held accountable.
Remember that joker?
Right.
Put the hand out and kiss my ring.
Right. Yeah. That ultimately that's who they're gonna be on the hook for it.
Yeah.
The gunman.
Yeah.
I want the next person that I shoot, or like when I go out on the archery range and somebody happened to get hit with one of my crossbow arrows or
You
whatever,
want them to apologize?
I want the guy to apologize to me for stepping in the way of my downrange. I want an apology. I want a written apology, double spaced in bold font.
And you want some compensation too, money compensation.
Yes. I want compensation, written apology, stamped in blood.
God damn. Wholehearted bastard, you.
How dare you go down the range? I'm trying to see if I can hit something from 50 yards and you're standing there.
Didn't you see my gun? You shouldn't have blinked when the barrel was in your eye.
Yeah.
Okay, the girl was convicted, but it will get overturned because
Oh shit, I didn't know all that. That's messed up, man.
Yeah, man, Michael K is on it, baby.
He was convicted, but it's overturning the conviction.
Dude, yeah, you know what trips me out? You ever see those guys? I mean, they get a lot of money, but damn, man, that they're in prison for like 20 years, and they finally get evidence 20 years later that they didn't do it.
They didn't do it, and they get paid big time. Oh yeah, it's like in the millions of dollars of settlement. They figure you took away 20 years of their life of opportunity. You know, the lost opportunity of them. They may have not even made $1 million in that same 20 years, but the fact that you robbed them of the opportunity to get that. So them lawyers are looking for a big time payout. You know what I'm saying? So they like, yeah, my client could have made $1 million because this is his aspiration. This is what he was getting into prior to this conviction, Your Honor.
Yeah.
There you go. Like the next thing you know, he's getting a $12 million settlement.
Somebody breaks into my house. I'm like, yeah, the insurance. Yeah, what did they steal? Well, I had a Picasso, a Mona Lisa.
A Mona Lisa, yeah, exactly. I had a couple of gold bars in the safe. It's missing now. The gold bar is gone, and now it's valued over freaking damn $2 million.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Here we go. Crypto in the armoring range.
The Army range. What do you say? Operated.
Watching the impact bunker.
You know what's crazy? That you mentioned metal is I started investing in alternative energy, but as in buying the
not alternative energies such as like in the stocks alternative energy like solar panel manufacturers
metal. Buying metal that they use in hydrogen.
That they use.
Hey, by the way,
Okay, like cobalt and stuff like that.
real quick, while I think of it, I remember we were talking about this for TMI Tuesday. The 3D printout, all this plastic is being generated. Well, apparently, everything that's made in a 3D printer can be shredded and reused again.
So it's probably
Right.
probably because of the resin itself is probably like the highest grade plastic.
Uh-huh.
Or whatever, but a lot of those things are real hard, crispy feeling. So maybe that type of plastic is recyclable.
Okay.
I don't know. Because it's all about like the type of plastic.
Yeah, it is. Anything that can do, break down into carbon.
Remember I
It's
tagged
all
you
carbon
something on
based.
Facebook? There's a bottle. I can't find it again, but there's a water bottle company that's getting water bottles from everywhere, and grinding it and turning and making it to their it's a water bottle company that's grabbing plastic bottles from everywhere, grinding it and turning it into brand new water bottles. So that's how they're making their water bottles. They're going like everywhere, like landfills, beaches and stuff like that, picking up all the plastic bottles they can find, grinding it and turning it into a water bottle, and returning it, making more plastic bottles.
Right. Wow. Yeah, but I can see why those 3D printers are now recycling the plastic that they're using. That's so everything won't go to total waste.
Yeah, because I see a lot of, what's funny is a lot of things that are being made by 3D printout are like cool for like 5 minutes, and then I could see them just like, okay, getting bored with it. You know what I mean?
Let's say use it for an actual part or a piece that's permanent. You know what I'm saying? Then I can see that. Like if it's a hardened plastic that's used for like piping, fitting, or like something, that's hard to make.
Yeah, people are like making like
I can see
Batman
that.
masks, Spider-Man masks, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that people make, but a lot of stuff people make is just junk. It's like they're basically turning into China, just pumping out a whole bunch of shit nobody needs.
Pretty
No,
much,
I know a
right?
dude who does that. Like he prints out like Pokemon characters and tries to sell them. I'm like, dude, you're not a freaking toy store.
Pokemon characters? What about Dragon Ball Z characters?
I don't know. He just gets it's like you can download because they put out the
Piccolo.
templates.
I want Piccolo. That's my favorite one.
Is that Pikachu? You mean?
No, Piccolo is the green guy, the green alien Saiyan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I get a question, Crypto, about Piccolo. Do you see him as like a black character?
Yes and no.
Because a friend of mine on Facebook.
Yes. From far as his nature, no.
Oh, okay. Because a friend of mine on Facebook was talking about that character, and he
the
said
actual
that he
character.
was.
Okay. Right. Yeah. In some senses, yes. I think that I kind of think I know what he's getting at. But yeah, I can say yes and no to a certain degree.
I'm just curious.
But yeah. Piccolo does have some of the attributes. Yes, in that aspect. But when they gave him, when he was created, obviously, you got Goku and what's the other? Nojimbu, the big one, right? I call him the bubblegum man.
I think what was interesting when a friend of mine said that, I felt he meant it more like culture-y than like I meant more
semi-cultural. Yeah.
Than just his color. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. From his culture. Yeah, that's why I said attributes. Yeah. Yeah. From an attribute standpoint. Yeah. But as far as his Super Saiyan and all his other actual abilities, he's more alien than anything. But yeah, that's why he was definitely my favorite.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that had a reason, if that had anything to do with how he resonated with you.
Right.
I was just curious because I hadn't looked at it. I hadn't noticed it that way.
My favorite Pokemon is Rollo.
Rollo.
Yeah.
You mean Riolu, the little guy?
He said no GI Joe figures, aka
No,
guide dolls.
Rollo.
Every
Lamont's
doll
friend
is
from
a.
Sanford and Son.
What is Raphael Courtney talking about? He probably had a My Buddy doll. He's probably still got a My Buddy doll. What are you talking about, Raphael Courtney? Raphael Courtney has a My Buddy doll. I'm probably sure. I can go check his Foot Locker.
Isn't that Chucky?
I want to check. Yeah, that was patterned after Chucky. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Chucky was patterned after the My Buddy with the My Buddy dolls. But that's why they call it the good guy doll.
Okay,
But
okay.
yeah, it was patterned after the My Buddy doll. But Raphael Cartwright, I could go check your Foot Locker right now, and I'll probably find a My Buddy doll in there, and a jelly donut. I'm sure I'll find a jelly donut as well in your Foot Locker.
Oh, and don't forget crayons. Don't forget the crayons.
Crayons.
I own a couple of the
Can you
newest.
tell me
Like
again, one more time, how the hell did they get that name? Crayons. I forgot.
Yeah.
Tell me how the hell the Marines get that. We eat crayons.
The crayons. We eat crayons.
Yeah.
It beats me. A couple of my Marine classmates. Cause we went to school. I went to school with the Marines, aviation Marines. Go to school with
because
Navy
maybe
aviation.
because like
crayons because
maybe because they've been looked at. Hold on, it might be because they've been looked upon as like grunts or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I guess Army grunts or soldiers should be have the same stigma too.
Yeah, but they don't say Army doesn't say eat crayons. They
no. I was in both, so no, I can testify to that. No.
But the Marines is owned by the Navy.
Right.
Isn't
exactly. It's under the department.
I had a buddy of mine who's an Army guy, right? And he told me in the Navy where they never leave their buddies behind.
See, that's why I say he had a My Buddy doll. It's probably in his Foot Locker somewhere. And his My Buddy doll also have a rifle. And a jelly donut.
I see the resemblance between My Buddy and the good guy doll.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly. It's like the definitely the clone of each other. Yep. Yep. A good guy. I'm your friend to the end. Heidi ho.
This is the end, my friend.
This is the end. This is the end, my friend.
Actually, to be honest with you, I haven't seen Chucky part one in a long time. I only remember 2 scenes in that movie.
Oh, when he came through the toy store, when he became Chucky.
Yeah, when he became Chucky.
Most people remember, yeah.
And the second part is when he was in the elevator and the old lady goes, "What an ugly looking dog." He goes, "Fuck you."
Right.
Come on. He said when he becomes Chucky.
And that scene was repeated in the final Chucky too. You know that, right, Shake?
Really?
That was kind of repeated because they left him on the freaking elevator, and that's when he got free and he was riding up, and she made a comment. It was kind of like alluding to the scene you talking about. She made a comment, a real nasty comment about the doll. He's like, "I'm gonna get you."
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Well, I love Chucky, man. That's one of my favorite movies, man. I love it. I liked it when you know that Tiffany was what's her name?
I thought Roseanne wasn't Roseanne the one of the voices of the bride of Chucky.
No, that was
Tiff. No, it wasn't Roseanne. Roseanne.
No, that wasn't Roseanne. No.
Oh,
that wasn't her. Yeah.
Okay,
was,
so no, I'm
Tiff,
thinking about look who's talking. Look,
it was the chick. Now. It was the chick from Happy
Tiffany.
The chick that was in the Adam Sandler movie where the water boy.
Yeah. Her,
the girlfriend, his girlfriend.
She's playing a doll, yeah.
Okay, okay.
That's the same chick.
Right.
And the doll even has the mole like she does.
Right, just like she does, right? Yep. and then the doll looked like her in real life.
Yeah.
What wasn't
It
there
actually
a
looked
scene
like
where
her.
he goes, "You practice safe sex"? He goes, "I'm all rubber."
Yeah, I'm all rubber. Yeah, right. Is that dude? Who did he get that from? Because the seed of Chucky, right? When they was in both with the seed, it's like, who did he get the trait from? I don't know. Got it from you, because he had made a more gruesome kill than they did. It's like, oh man, what did we got ourselves into? Because the kid did a more gruesome kill than either of them two did. I was like, oh shucks, that was crazy. It's crazy how they made him come back
Yeah.
after that. Horror movies, you're always gonna have a way to come back. You never really die.
Yeah, but the remake was like an AI thing. It wasn't like the doll was possessed.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
the original Chucky, it was like
yeah.
a serial killer put his soul inside of a doll.
Right, yeah, right, exactly.
But
He was actually
or some kind of voodoo thing.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, Due, Dimbula, give me the power I beg of you. Muchísimo.
You know what that remind me of too? Remember the movie? You ever see the show, the movie Hot Chicks?
Hot chicks.
Hell no.
Yeah, Hot Chicks with Adam with Rob
Adam
Schneider.
Sandler.
Well, no, Rob Schneider.
Okay.
The hot chick.
Yeah.
When you said hot chicks, I thought you meant white chicks.
No, the Hot Chick.
Yeah, that's the first I was thinking.
No, the Hot Chick. My bad. The Hot Chick with Adam where the guy they had on the earring
Mm.
and they traded bodies.
Hot chicks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She traded bodies with like some idiot guy.
Mm-hmm.
Puppet Master, Killer Dolls. Puppet Master, that was the guy off the Wishmaster, wasn't it? Wasn't that the same guy?
I ain't gonna lie
I'm
to you.
thinking about somebody else.
The last good horror movie, in my opinion, was Jeepers Creepers.
Which one? The third one? Which edition? The third one?
All of them. I liked all of them.
All of them's good. Yeah, pretty good.
The first one, though, I don't know.
Creepier and creepier.
The first one
was
though,
pure suspense.
like,
it was funny. They had they had dumb moments where the guy who would go down and look in and down a well shaft.
No.
That leads to the bottom of a basement of a church.
So that's
dead
what
bodies.
I mean.
As a matter of fact, at the game,
just go to the cops, dude. Just go to the cops.
But hold on, they were at the police station, and they still, and that guy was still able to get to him.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. When he had like the walls lined with dead bodies. Remember, like down there, he had all the walls lined with bodies.
Yeah, because he chopped the guy's head off. Then he ripped the person through the thing and chopped the head off with the axe.
I never saw the third one.
Sheriff. No, not the third one. The first one, the original one.
He
took the cops and chopped his head off through the thing. I was like, whoa.
I like crazy. At the end of the first one though, when he
you hear that song. If you hear that song, run.
He had that dude's head, and he had that dude's head, and he like looked through it like through his eyes.
No, he bit his tongue out from the guy's head was off his body with decapitated.
Yeah, but he also looked. Yeah, but his eyes were missing too.
Yeah, because everything he eats, he regenerates in himself. Like he eats his tongue, his tongue turns out. He regenerates the body part that he eats.
Yeah, because he's looking for certain people. Remember part 2 when he was there was a bus full of kids.
Yeah,
right. It was a bus full of kids. Yeah, exactly.
You guys like, I don't want you. Do you want me? No. And then the guy like, how about me? He looked at him and said, yes. He's like, holy shit.
Right. Yes. How about me?
I like it.
He feed on fear though. That's the thing. If you didn't fear him, he didn't really attack you. He only feed on the ones that was afraid of him. I think that was his stick, what kind of that motivated him.
He used fear as a motive.
Gives him strength as well. Yeah.
And if put it this way, so if you were scared of him, it was able to help him. And he it's kind of like way to see if there was a part of you that he wanted. So
Right.
it could be. It doesn't matter what the part was. He just wanted a specific part of your body.
Yeah. 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 It
Like
was like
Michael
you
K.
on. Yeah.
Well, we already know what that part is.
Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Jeepers creepers, where'd you get the mice?
You ever, dude? That reminds me. Yeah, Casanos tells script were funny. They were scary, but they were funny too. But no, you ever hear that lady? He goes, yeah, who said, oh yeah, who was the man that they asked her who was the first man to reach the moon? He goes, yeah, it's Neil Armstrong. No, Neil. Who's the singer?
Neil, I forgot.
It's a Wonderful World. Who sings the Wonderful World? Louis Armstrong. Yeah, she goes, yeah, it's Louis Armstrong. Yeah. She said the guy says Louis Armstrong.
What was it? What did you type that in, or the El Capitan said that it was terrifying me singing Jeepers Creepers?
That wasn't me.
That's gonna be my theme song, El Cap. I want to, every time I get introduced, I want to hear that song. I'm gonna come on the school bus and grab you.
Oh gosh, oh giggle, how'd you get so little? Yes, Louis Armstrong. Yeah, that's what the girl said. Louis Armstrong was the first man to land on the moon.
He was like, "What a wonderful."
Yeah, that was definitely classic. Wonderful World. It always brings me towards Christmas time for some reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's when I heard it the most. That's probably why I'm always thinking it's a Christmas song. You know,
there's another song that they play around Christmas, and I don't know what has to do with Christmas, but you ever heard that song? Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
Who's sing that one? Who's singing that one?
I'm not sure. I forgot what it was. I'll look it up now. It's called Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
Pass the ammunition.
What the?
I'm trying to remember.
And we all be free. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition.
Songs out there, they definitely will play around the holidays, and like you think of the holidays and have it in mind.
Johnny Zero. I think that's
Johnny Zero. Oh, that's the name of the artist.
Mm-hmm. No, that's the name of the YouTube channel. I don't know who sings it then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was. I heard that on. It was an old song though, man.
I remember that old movie, Stir of Echoes. It's more like that kind of remind me of People Under the Stairs. You remember that one?
You burn in hell. That was
People Under the Stairs.
Yeah, that was their favorite thing. Burn in hell.
Yeah. There was a guy on there that goes by the name of Roach. So whenever I first heard Roach in our community, I thought that's the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, "You from People Under the Stairs?" And that was the guy's name. The guy's name was Roach in that movie.
By the way, the name of the song is by Kai Kaiser and his orchestra. Yeah. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
Yeah, Roach is
not the butter. I said ammunition.
Children of the Cornfield. My auntie named her child after the main character in that movie. I like, why did you name your freaking kid Damien?
I don't think MAGA wrote that song, Cosa Nostra.
Casa Rosa.
He said, praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
Right. Damn. Yeah, she named him Damien. I was like, oh boy, the kid's gonna be cursed for life now. Turn out it became a popular name. A lot of people would name their kids Damien. It was a popular movie, though. I ain't gonna lie.
What's that?
The Omen, Children of the Cornfield.
Oh, Omen.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of those back in the 70s. I heard that was one of those movies you go make
70s
out
and
to
80s. No, that was
in a
a scary.
drive
No,
in a
you wouldn't
drive-in
make it out to
movie
that
theater.
one.
There, did you
Nah,
see the one that
that
came out?
wasn't one.
Did
That
you see the
movie you
one that
wouldn't do
came
that
out in
too.
2005?
Huh?
You'd
Did
be
you see
crazy
the
to
Omen
make
that
out to
came out
that
in
movie.
2005?
Mm-hmm.
Has Vince Vaughn in it?
295.
No, it has Liev Schreiber or something in it.
Ricky Schroeder?
No, the guy from
Ricky Schroeder.
No, Ricky,
Yeah.
you know who Ricky
the
Schroeder
dude
is,
who
right?
plays the dude who plays Sabretooth in the Wolverine movie.
Tonk, I believe the name you might be looking for is Liev Schreiber.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also did the narrator for Hard Knocks on HBO.
By the way, Liv Schreiber, isn't that
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's ex-wife?
That's Maria Shriver.
That's Maria Shriver.
Okay.
That's Maria.
Yeah, that's
but it might be the same.
Liev. It's actually Liev, Liev, Schreiber with a B.
Liev.
Schreiber, yeah, with a B.
Schreiber. That's the Schwarzenegger.
Correct. And he
wow.
he does all of them, but I at least know he was the voice behind the narrator on the Miami Dolphins Hard Knocks last year.
Mm.
He actually does a really good rendition of the guy that used to do all those narrations. Like the Dolphins got to go to the, it's like, wow, I didn't even know that was Liev Schreiber till you look at the credits of the show.
Speaking of which, who's doing the Hard Knocks this year?
Yeah. They don't know until Thanksgiving.
Oh, really?
I think they got to look at the records.
Hey, it's the Dolphins again.
Could be the Dolphins. You never know. That would be crazy. They put us in that endless loop like that.
Actually, you know what I really want? I want it to be Buffalo.
Why? So Michael K will never leave the house?
No, so they want, because the curse.
Right.
No, we want Buffalo Bills so we can see Michael K like standing around outside the building.
Oh yeah.
So let me ask the Dolphin fans a question. And Color, you could chime in too. I posed this question on Insomnia last night, right? What would you rather see happen? Kansas City go undefeated and do a three-peat, or Buffalo win their first Super Bowl?
Kansas City.
Yeah, I'd rather Kansas City go undefeated.
Yeah.
Given that I have much more respect for the Kansas City organization than the Bills, I'd have to probably go with Kansas City as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I mean, they are the
it's almost
AFC,
unanimous.
like
right. There's Kansas City, then there's everybody else. Just like I used to say, there's Harley Davidsons, and then there's other motorcycles.
Yeah, I mean, again, I stress it all the time that the AFC teams do not exist without Lamar Hunt and the Kansas City organization.
The Kansas City Chiefs are the Harley Davidsons.
He was the one who started the AFL
like
organization. He used to be. He used to. I forgot what team it was, but he owned. I think it was Dallas team. He owned the Dallas.
Yeah, the Dallas. Was it Dallas Stars? Maybe.
Yeah. No, the Texans.
Texans. Right. Dallas Texans. That's right. And I think that's the actual team that he moved to Kansas City.
As a matter of fact, Ralph Wilson used to be part owner of the Lions.
Right. And also, like I said, Shake, I think that Dallas Texans franchise is what he moved to Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Like it wasn't starting another one. He moved that one.
And as a matter of fact, they said if you look at the Bills' first color schemes, it was just like the Lions. Then they eventually they changed the color
original
scheme.
Bills color
The other
scheme.
thing too is
Yeah.
that the integration that the NFL has enjoys today. The racial integration happened in the AFL first.
Yeah. The first, the very first black player was drafted by the AFL.
Yeah, and also not only that, Shake, but there was
They
no
integrated first.
I
Yeah,
never knew
integrate.
that. I never knew that
yeah,
stat.
and they didn't have rules about the black players staying in different hotel rooms and hotels than the white players. You know what I mean? Like the NFL
That's
did.
dope.
It's funny that you say
It wasn't
that
fully
because,
integrated yet.
Yeah, you know what's funny is they were saying the NFL back then never had odd number of black players on the team. They always had an even amount of black players so they could roommate.
I want to hold on. I want to touch on that for a second. What y'all just spoke of. I don't know how much this has to do with an NFL or any commissioner, but I feel like just the things in the past 4 years that have gone on in social society and the government, and when players have said that they feel like the NFL is like almost a racist entity, or there's been racism in the NFL. But then we have this history of the AFL who had, transitioned in black players and didn't segregate them. So I didn't know that. I think that's a really cool, like piece of knowledge, piece of history to have.
Yeah, I was just as taken back by it when I saw because I watched this documentary on like the fight between the AFL and the NFL when it comes to legitimacy and players and all that. But that was kind of a sidebar that they led into during that documentary that I learned about. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, because there were issues with when the AFL teams would play the NFL teams or whatever. There'd be issues with like, oh, you can't stay at this hotel. So like all the white players on the AFL team, though, all the white players would join their brothers and like go stay at the hotel with them. You know what I mean?
By the way, the first black player was his name was Buck Buchanan. He was the very first player. And what the AFL used to do was they used to get a lot of players from the BCUs.
That's dope.
Now Vince Lombardi, on the other hand, I think there was something they mentioned about Vince Lombardi in his documentary that I guess that one of the players that he coached throughout his career turned out to be gay or something, and he was one of the pioneers of saying, hey, so what, can you knock the guy on his ass in front of you? You know what I mean? Like, who cares? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Vince Lombardi is known for that, that acceptance,
That's dope. And well, I mean, that's even better now. Because he had a whole bunch of reasons why
maybe there's a connection between why the Green Bay Packers are constructed the way they are.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah,
because of Lombardi's stance early way back in the day, getting out ahead of everything.
And even though the NFL,
he could have paved the road. He could have paved the road for no racism.
And even though the NFL was the way it was racially and all that, he himself took the same stance when it came to the any black players. You know what I mean? He was just all about football. He's like,
exactly.
Can you play the game? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Are you human? Are you human? And can you play the game? Because the league does require you to put humans on the field. You know what I mean? You can't be putting like, pumas and shit. You know what I mean?
That's
although we put cheetahs and penguins on the field, but that's different.
It's like I've had
and giraffes.
I've had what, freaking 50 episodes now, maybe 40 episodes now, and I didn't even know any of that. So, like the social history of NFL, AFL.
Yep, and Lamar Hunt basically was able to, with his business acumen and all that, was able to kind of maneuver the whole thing to basically checkmate the NFL into accepting an agreeable merger. And so pretty much without him and all that, the AFC teams, all of the AFC teams owe their existence to him, and one NFC team because You know, well, I guess Seattle's probably newer, but they were still in the AFC for a while.
Yeah, and the AFL became the AFC.
Right. Now it's not. Granted, we've had new teams since then. But to be part of this conference is to be part of that history. You get the Lamar Hunt Trophy when you win the AFC Championship.
Oh, that's dope. That's really dope. There's a lot of good
NFL,
history. There's a lot of good history in this country, and I don't feel like it's talked about enough or celebrated. I don't think it's celebrated enough. Like, we didn't even celebrate Juneteenth until 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, it took George Floyd pretty much. I mean, it was more than George Floyd, but like pretty much it was almost, it took that for us. And honestly, man,
for me, it would have just taken somebody. For me, it would have just been somebody telling me about it.
Exactly. Well, it's like exactly like how it's like I remember going through.
Texans don't know it because school. That's where I was at.
But I never learned that in all of my schooling. I never learned of that actual day. I just knew that it happened, and I just always assumed it was the Civil War. Like, as soon as the Civil War was over, you know what I mean? What's really the difference? I just always assumed it had to do with that rather than the actual day. So,
funny thing is, they could have used it as a side
recognition. People move so slow, and the news moves so slow.
I was going to say,
they was liberated.
Right, Crypto, that would have been another teachable moment. Like, hey, children, by the way, back in the day, it took 3 months for anybody to get a message. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
because carrier pigeon.
That's a really
carrier pigeon technology back then. Snail mail.
Not quite that bad, Crypto, but definitely like you're not calling somebody up and saying,
they had
hey,
the Pony Express.
You know what I mean?
They had the Pony Express.
But I'm not sure that they had even telegraph lines by then.
I don't even know that one. They had some, but
they would have had to have telegraph lines by then because we communicated all throughout the war by telegraph.
Color, where did you watch that documentary?
Gosh, I can't remember now. It was you know what? I found it on YouTube, bro. It was on
okay.
It was on a channel somewhere, but somebody uploaded it to YouTube, and that's where I happened to come across it. That's how I first learned of Nikola Tesla. Was a friend of mine.
Oh, speaking of Tesla, his statue's at Niagara. He has a statue.
Because
it's at Niagara.
Dude,
I took pictures of the statue.
Oh my god, I forgot about that, dude. That's the only place.
His statue's at Niagara. I took a picture.
Dude, oh my god, I forgot about that. That's the only place on the whole planet that has his name on it because he didn't give a shit about patents and everybody stole his stuff. So he didn't have his name on anything. That was the only thing that he ever got his name on.
Yep. That damn statue. Yep.
Is because he put
I was surprised
water
to see it there.
He put water turbines.
He was out there.
He put the water turbines there. But he didn't patent anything, so so everybody took his ideas. He's like what's crazy is Elon Musk is the same way. He said patents are for the weak.
Right, which is ironic. He took the guy's name, literally took the name and named his company out of it.
What's wrong with that? He didn't take his name.
No,
well,
Tesla.
It's kind of.
Yeah,
it's
but
kind of
Tesla was about
Tesla.
dude. Yeah, but hold on. He does what Tesla's wanted to do. He has cars now that charge wirelessly.
Well, it's kind of like Michael
Tesla,
Moore.
Yeah.
Tesla was all about wireless connection, dude. He was 100%. He wanted 100% wireless connection.
But but real quick, Tonk, it's like Michael Moore saying, "I hate capitalism, so buy my DVD, and I'll tell you why."
But look, hold on. Look, all right. That's similar to me, right? I have to make a living doing what I do. But I'm doing it to try to save the world, but I can't do it for free.
Not unless you already got free energy. Tesla wanted free energy.
No, I have no problem with Elon Musk using Tesla's name. Especially, no, I have no issue with it.
But the key
At
is,
all.
but Tesla have a problem with Elon using his name.
No, he didn't. Dude, Tesla didn't even care about patents. Why would he care about that?
Oh, I guess if he's selfless.
What Elon Musk is trying to do,
Tesla was selfless like that?
Elon Musk is trying to put out houses for less than $20,000.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Tesla. I'm talking about the actual guy with the actual name. Do you think he's selfless like that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He didn't even want patents. Nikola Tesla was one of the most selfless people ever. That's why he got robbed of everything.
Oh, okay.
He was one of the most selfless people ever.
Actually, you know who was one of the I read one of the most selfless people out there, believe it or not, Colonel Sanders. That's why he went bankrupt.
Well, hold on. Yes, all right, but hold on. Just hold that thought.
Colonel Sanders.
The reason that's why. That's what I'm saying. That's why Tesla's name isn't Nikola. That's why Nikola Tesla's name is on nothing, because he didn't care of that type of ownership. He wanted to just put out the technology. He wasn't fascinated with ownership and money.
Wasn't the guy who discovered the cure for malaria, gave it away for free? He didn't even charge for it.
Exactly. Okay.
That was an army surgeon, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he gave it away for free. The cure for malaria.
But I mean, Elon Musk has taken he almost went bankrupt.
You might be thinking about the crazy glue guy.
But everything Elon Musk has done has tried to benefit society. Like
PayPal, an accident ended up being a cure to something.
PayPal. Yeah, but hold on. He invented PayPal, which is a great program, super safe. Sold it. Then he created cars that can
Square 2 was one of his things too.
Can drive off $4 in electricity, and he turns that into rockets that power themselves and fly. He catches rockets out the air.
Oh, he said out his ass.
Believe it or not, I think Square. Believe it or not, crypto. I think Square as an invention is probably one of the most innovative things that's happened within the last 20 years, dude.
Oh, I use Square too for work.
Well, because dude, think about it.
I know the Square devices.
I know this is gonna sound like a joke, but it's only a quasi joke. Like when a bum asks you for money and you're like, "Sorry, bud, it's a plastic world. I don't, no cash on me." What happens when he busts out the Square card reader? What are you gonna say then?
I've already.
Yeah, exactly.
I've already heard of homeless.
They're only $10 at Walmart. You know what I mean?
I've already heard of homeless people doing that.
Yeah, and he can easily network his debit card.
Yeah, but nowadays it's easy.
Okay, look what I got.
But nowadays it's easy.
Yep. A bum has a Square device.
Yo, if I play my cards right, right, I'll be able to be one of the people that moves to Mars.
Oh yeah.
If I can go to Mars, I would go. I would be standing in line first. I would be first in line if I could go.
Then he'll be like, wait, after you swipe the card for a couple bucks for the bum, he'll be like, now, just so you know, 20% of that's going to go to my phone bill to keep this whole thing going. So,
right.
Actually, after when you swipe the card, he's gonna have an option for a tip.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I'm trying to save up. He's like, I'm trying to save up for a tablet.
Yep.
Yo, listen to this. Right? Listen to this. In Portland, they have a program where homeless people can sell newspapers. So my uncle was hanging out downtown Portland. He was hanging out downtown Portland one time, and he was watching this dude sell newspapers. And he counted. He was timing the guy and watching the money make. The guy was making $60 an hour.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
Wait, they weren't homeless people weren't allowed to sell newspapers before?
No. There's a program. No. There's a program that homeless people can be involved in that sells newspapers. It's not
what
the
are
newspaper.
what are the teenagers
a
going to do?
Oh, is it
What
certain
are the paper
newspapers?
boys going to do now?
No, it's not the Seattle Post. It's a newspaper. It's not the Seattle Post.
Oh, okay. It's not a major city paper.
No,
Okay.
it's in Portland. It's a specific type of newspaper, but the guy was doing so good that he was making $60 an hour, and he has to pay zero taxes because it's a homeless person. But shit, get it
See,
how you live.
now that's the part you could expand to anywhere. If the homeless guy ain't paying no taxes on the income,
That's what they
there
do.
you
They
go.
do it in Portland. They do it in Portland. I've seen it for myself.
That's important, and it could be, and it has to be a specific paper or just
But
a
the
certain.
problem with
Well, I
implementing
mean,
What
I
kind
don't
of?
know.
think about it though. Think about it,
okay.
Tonk. Let's say if the federal government were to do something like similar, where they come up with this idea, hey, if you can prove you're homeless, it doesn't matter how much money you make a year. If you can prove you're homeless, you're tax free.
Is that there's
Right?
exactly.
Well. Hear me out real quick. Hear me out.
Listen.
What'll happen is every billionaire in the world will buy a yacht and be like, I don't have a home address. All of a sudden, I'm homeless. You know what I mean? Like that's
Well,
how.
the thing is, the other 99%
you
needs to
can't
get
just
around that too.
park a boat. Yeah, but you can't just park a boat. They
They'll
don't
find
allow
a
you to.
loophole.
Right, but I mean, a millionaire could be like, I live in hotels. I don't have a home.
What a millionaire could do?
That's not
is
necessary.
put the house
okay?
name on somebody else's under
I'm
some
kind
like
of making
mom's
a little
name
bit
or
of a
something
joke,
like
like the
Yeah.
rich people would still take advantage of that.
Like,
You know what I
for
mean?
instance,
In some way.
if I was to do that, I'm like, hey mom, I
Right.
want to put my house under your name. I'm homeless now.
It was more not
Right.
so much a joke, but a lamentation, Tonk, where like,
Or
yeah, even if you try to come up with something good like that, you know,
or just create a
it gets
trust and put your
exploited.
home in a trust, and I could become homeless. Could trust own the house, not me. That's another loophole I could do.
But what about selling other things too that are like services like that? Could they expand that to something beyond newspapers, like sweeping the streets, or you know,
Man,
I don't know. Like,
that's interesting. You said this is Portland or just Oregon and this whole state?
You ever
we lost Tonk.
you remember that? Hold on,
Did we lose
I'm
Tonk?
sorry, Carly. Remember that reminds me of a joke when Jerry Seinfeld goes, you know what? When police aren't fighting crime, give them a broom. Right? You're not fighting crime, sweep. And
Right? Aren't they right? Aren't they public servants?
Arrest them.
Public
And then as
service.
soon as you arrest them, go back to sweeping the streets.
Well, that's why
Are
I
they,
get.
but
That's
are
why
they
people
serving or protecting?
Well, that's why people get so aggravated when like something's going down,
Yeah.
and there's like 5 cop bicycles or motorcycles for like a 60 and a 40, and they've even got them parked in perfect formation. It's like, so in all of that, you couldn't find the time to pick up a broom and sweep the litter off the ground right next to your perfectly formed bikes, right? While you're here serving the public, you know what I mean? That's why it aggravates people. Like, why does everything have to be so like you can't like in and correct me if I'm wrong from anybody that lives in Hawaii, but the cops in Hawaii like drive their own vehicles. You know what I mean? Like there ain't all this big pomp and circumstance. Maybe there is today. It's 2024, but back when I was a kid, I mean, people tell, oh yeah, Hawaii, they don't, you know,
oh shit,
they drive their own vehicles. You don't even know you're getting pulled over by a cop.
What's up, El Capitan? ¿Qué pasa, man?
What up? You know,
happening?
Nothing, boys. Made it here in time. I see you guys still cooking, so I was able to get in and get on. You know, can't always do that.
Right.
We got you know, Friday
now,
we
is
had
this the real Capitan, or is this the doppelganger we had on here the other night?
we had a doppelganger.
Oh yeah, there's this guy rolling around, looks just like you, dude. I mean,
Dude,
exactly like you.
I don't know what you guys. There's no way. Nobody looks like me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The good Lord would not do that to this world.
Well, maybe he
Only
did it.
one.
Maybe he did it to another universe, and that guy somehow came over to this one.
I'm gonna have to kill that guy now.
I have one of those space. I do have a lot of doppelgangers around because
I forgot to clip it. Shake, you didn't happen to get a screenshot that night, did you?
Oh no! Hold on, I got something better. Hold on, I'm working on it.
Uh-oh. I feel
So-
like the joke is about to expand,
Nope.
like
But,
the expanding universe that eventually will create another Capitan somewhere.
Right.
Nope. I'm one of one. You only get it one time.
You're the center. You're the center. You're the singularity.
I am Capitan Prime.
Capitan Prime. That's it.
That's
we all
right,
got to
brother.
have a prime.
That's
I
it.
haven't decided whether I'm color prime yet or not. I feel like I
Capitan
am,
Prime.
but
Yup.
I feel like there's other
Like
colors in
Optimus
other
Prime.
universes.
Are you related to Optimus Prime?
Optimus
Or
Prime.
Rodimus
Wish he
Prime?
was related to me.
And I feel like there's other colors in
Rodimus
other
Prime.
universes that are doing far better than me. So I'm not sure if I'm prime or not. If I ain't, watch out for the real color, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, that guy's
dude
on
must
fire.
be rocking his universe, man. Dude's probably an emperor somewhere on an island with like a bunch of women serving his every whim.
Oh man.
Some emperor on an island with women serving his every wish.
I am the Amazon emperor. My subjects will take care of you well. Not like them ones on that Greek island.
Yeah, so just figured I'd come in here and tap in with you boys. You know, college football tomorrow, Canes. It's weird, right? Like people are nervous about this Georgia Tech matchup. But I get where they're coming from because it's hard. I don't care who you are to go undefeated in a regular season, right? So every year you can look at anyone's season and teams always are losing to an opponent they had no business losing to and or beating an opponent that they had no business beating. Happens all the time. So I just think this team is too well coached. This team is too well coached, and they got resolved. They've been in they're battle tested. The Canes right now, they're a team that can be down multiple scores and not give in. And when the clock strikes the game over, they're pulling it off in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not that's good enough to beat the likes of the SEC's top players or top teams.
About Georgia?
Well, I don't know.
Georgia?
Or Georgia, Alabama, you know, any of the top teams, Texas.
We're scoring 50 on Alabama.
It's just I'm saying, right? Being realistic, it is going to be. We don't know what that looks like.
They don't have the
we
defense.
Will. That's true. The Canes don't have the defense, but you know, not unlike what we've seen from the Ravens. When you have
the Ravens had a slip up. Yeah, their defense was bad, and they offense still performed.
Oh man,
you know that running back that plays quarterback is still doing a lot of quarterback things. It seems to be
crazy.
I wonder how's that working out.
I don't know.
By the way,
week in and week out, that running back at quarterback is still doing a lot of things.
Real quick, guys, I want to point your attention to Great Value El Capitan. There he is. At the bottom left-hand corner.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's the shot.
Let me see here.
The doppelganger right there.
See, you guys say that, but really, I mean, I guess I could see he's
Wait
like
till he turns his head, dude.
He kind of looks like my cousin.
Wait till he turns his head, bro.
There you go.
And starts talking, man. What right there?
There
Look at bro, come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Well, come on, man.
Yeah, that is it right there.
That's what I call
There's it to it right there. There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
I mean,
there
you've changed your hair, Capitan, since that video, it seems.
Let's see. Hold on.
There you go.
God damn, that light is way too bright. Hold on. A little bit better. Let's see. Hold on, Shake. Let's go back it up a little bit, Shake. Back it up a little bit. All right. So pause it there.
Right there, man.
All right. Okay. Hold on.
I mean, damn, bro. You got to be looking in the mirror right there. Like when you were like 2 years ago when you had longer hair and your beard was cut a little different. And,
yep.
And you've also, I mean, let's face it, you've been in the gym since then too. So you're kind of,
you know what? Y'all are racist. That's what it is. Everybody with a little bit of Hispanic in their blood, and
so you saying all Cubans look alike? Is that what we're saying?
I'm not Cuban, but
hey, listen, man. When I'm in Miami, I feel like I'm Jackie Chan in Bangkok.
Oh man,
I'm just saying,
Andy was Puerto Rican anyway.
Y'all is no, Andy's. I thought Andy's
Actually,
Cuban.
No, Andy's Cuban.
Andy's Cuban.
Oh, is he? All right.
Yeah,
I'm Cuban
Andy's
too.
Cuban.
All right.
Let's look at it again.
Andy's Cuban. Shake and Pete. Not Pete. I think Pete's.
I think what you guys are conflating is he has a low brow like me.
The mustache and
he
the
has
combo.
and the facial hair is a lot alike. But if I cut back all my facial hair, first of all, I don't even know. It's been so long, but I've always had like a baby face, honestly. But I don't know. Yeah, all right. Andy, what up? I wonder what never mind. Never mind.
Now we have destroyed Georgia Tech. Well, not destroyed them, but we have beat them since 2021 every game except last year we lost by 3.
No, I got you right.
Yeah, that's
but
the
I
hardest
think Georgia
game.
Tech.
We
Georgia
would
Tech's
lose to
made
Virginia before we lose to them.
Georgia Tech has.
If we lose a game, it'll be Virginia.
The last 2 years with Georgia Tech, they've really kind of become a much better, more progressive type football game, right? Like they're not just, hey, Georgia Tech only. Like they've gotten better with recruiting, better with execution, game plan, stuff like that. So, again, you can't count anybody out, but the Canes should win by
double digits.
Yeah, easy. Like they should win by 17 plus points. I want to say the over-under's like 22.5 points. I would take the under on that. I would take the under on that because the Canes have not been good at hitting the over all year. But
so you take Georgia Tech to cover whatever it is. Let me look and see what it is.
I would take Georgia. Well, if let's see what it is first before I start capping.
I'm looking myself here.
Yeah,
I got to punch in my code, my FA code.
FAAA. Sports code.
2 FA.
I got the app on my phone. That's the only way to do it, Color.
Well, I got it on there too, but it still asks me for the 2A.
Oh shit! It's only 10.5 favorite right now. So yeah, I'd take Miami and lay them points right now, dog.
Oh, yeah.
I'm laying them points.
The hell are they thinking?
Mm-hmm.
We'll smash right through that.
Honestly,
the over under 63.5. Who the hell do they think is scoring all them points? When Georgia Tech's plus 300.
Should I lay the points with? I'm gonna put together a noon game parlay.
A noon game? Oh, I'm definitely taking tomorrow. That Miami 10.5, man.
All right, let's put together a noon game parlay real quick, boys.
Bro, by the way, I'm not going to be sore
Miami
about
plus
missing
65.
I'm not going to be sore about missing the third string running back not getting his yardage last night for the Ravens. I'm not even sore about that. That was a risky pick. No problem. My bad. But Mike Gesicki, dude. Mike Gesicki, bro. I'm sorry. Okay.
Color, what he looks the exact same he's always looked.
Right,
bro.
You should have been picking Jamar Chase.
He looks
like 300 yards receiving.
The guy had 9 targets and 4 receptions, bro. And the over under for his receptions was 4.5, bro.
You know why? You know why he only caught less than half of his stuff?
He sucks.
Because not only he sucks, he's a tight end that really is just a slow wide receiver. and they're giving him these tight end type of route concepts underneath and stuff, and he can't catch it in coverage and traffic. He just can't.
He
Can't do
also
it.
cannot
He's
seem to
wide
hold
open.
on to the ball if he goes out of bounds for anything.
You know what he needs to do? If Mike Gesicki had any real friends in his life, they would teach. He would be doing nothing but those hand drills that like
You would think
Lamar.
Jamar Chase would rub off on him.
No, rub
Well,
off
he
on
did
him.
last week. He
No
had 2
diddy, bro.
studies last week.
Pause. Remember Landry when he used to do those hand drills? He would just sit there and catch a million footballs
Yeah.
like over this way. That
Yeah.
like if Gesicki did that, he would be great. Like if he would just start grabbing footballs one handed, because his hands, it looks from what I could see, he could one hand a football. I think that would change everything. Because what he
Jason
doesn't
Taylor's
have,
son played for LSU.
what he doesn't have is that he doesn't have that what tight ends have, that body control for big dudes. Like big dudes, right? They don't have the wingspan and catch radius, right? But what they do is they have body control. So when they catch the ball, any linebacker, safety, corner, they're not affecting them physically at the point of the football, at the point of the catch, as much as Gesicki is. Gesicki is like, he flails around all the time. It drives me nuts when he came to the Dolphins because he just flails. He looks like Mr. Noodles or something. Like he's like a fucking noodle man.
Dude, if you were to count how many times the ball was smack stuck right in his hands, like a stick-'em type catch, where a defender just punched it out and it was ruled incomplete. If you were to count even half of those as fumbles, dude, which they actually are, okay, the guy would be ridiculous turnover machine and nobody'd give him a contract anywhere, bro. I'm so sick of watching it. The guy cannot carry a football out of bounds on a catch without dropping
You know
it.
what should be a stat for we talk about stats? Forced drops should be a stat.
Exactly. That's
Forced
just as
drops
bad as a fumble, dude.
should be a
The dude
stat.
sits there and every I mean, if a guy's even breathing on him, bro, he's freaking flailing and dropping the ball, dude. It's ridiculous anymore,
I
man.
mean, I guess they kind of do have it as a pass breakup, but like it needs to be a stat that's counted offensively and defensively, right?
You know what?
Like
They need to go back to what a catch used to be. And when you get these stick-'em type catches like that, that should be counted as a live football on the ground.
So Color, I was we got my son's regional game tomorrow, right? So I was at Academy of Sports. Free plug Academy of Sports, you fucks. Because it's a turf field. So I went and got some tape and I bought him another arm sleeve. I bought the tape too because it's at noon, so it could be too hot for arm sleeves. You feel me? Central Florida, noon. Fuck, it's gonna be bad, boys. Anyhow,
before you could do, I agree, Cap, that we need to bring back Devontae Parker.
By the way, real quick, janitorial duty. I got to take out some trash. Y'all can talk about people flip-flopping all you want.
Trash.
Y'all can talk about people flip-flopping on Gesicki all you want. You got the wrong guy here, because if you go to my actual YouTube channel, you'll see what I think about Mike Gesicki and his dropping footballs ass. Okay, so don't even act like I'm the guy that was all over Gesicki.
So anywho, right? I was looking
Team
at
Durham
this stuff
Smith over here, baby.
because we're gonna be doing off-season training. Me and some of the other dad coaches on the team. We're gonna link up a couple times a week and just do agility, like drills, right? We're gonna try to make more athletes. It's not about football drills, it's athletic, but also anyhow, they had these cool things, Color. It's these wide receiver drill things, and it's essentially, right? Hold on, let me turn the light on. It's essentially this like thing you put over your hand, and it's got like a ball right here in the palm of your hand. So it forces you. It's like a I don't even know. I haven't checked it, but it's like a rubber ball in the middle of your hand, like an egg-shaped rubber ball. So it forces you to catch the football with your fingers and your hands to make a soft pocket to catch it in. I was like, damn, dude, that's pretty smart. Because anytime I was ever thrown a ball out of the backfield to receive when I played fullback, unless I could catch it like a basket, if it hit my hands, and I would catch it perfectly, it would bounce because my fucking palms are like stone, and that's how you keep your fingers loose so the ball could. And I thought it was pretty dope, man. I was like, damn, those are pretty cool. I was just figured you'd like that color because it's a wide receiver thing, and you know how it is, those soft hands. It starts with the fingertips catching the ball, deaccelerating it, and now you have a grasp on it. Thought that was pretty dope.
Man, I was just looking at what's his name stats. He's well on pace to obliterate his stats from his first MVP season. Jesus.
Come on, Lamar Jackson.
Lamar.
Yeah, he has a 24-2 touchdown to interception ratio. He's on pace for 48 touchdowns.
He hasn't thrown an interception. He hasn't thrown an interception in the past 14. He's got 14 touchdowns since his last interception, dude.
Right.
He's got 14 since his last interception. It's what,
his
week
first
10?
MVP stats, right.
It's
after
crazy.
Week 10. He'll have well over 40 touchdowns, less than 5 interceptions, and freaking damn near 4,000 plus yards.
Again,
almost 5,000 yards of total offense if you got his running stats.
I never understood why
the shade that he's getting as a QB. These are pure quarterback numbers.
I never understood why Dolphins fans. I never understood why Dolphins fans push back so hard about Lamar when the Dolphins inquired about him, and they were so off the idea of the Dolphins getting Lamar. I'll never understand it. I don't know how much of a realistic shot we had at getting Lamar, but if the Ravens were, hey, we'll let him go, let me know, I would give up whatever it took. I'd have given up whatever they want.
See, bro, we wasted a whole lot of energy, and I knew the whole time we were trying to even argue with these people. We know where their argument was coming from. They were doing their best attempt at arguing logic because the real argument was they didn't care if Lamar is better than Tua.
That's right.
They wanted Tua.
That's
and all they had to do was say so. And I'd have been like, okay, fine, you're wrong. We'll see what happens. And now we know. You want to sit here and badmouth the guy about him being a running back?
Yeah, because
whatever.
He's definitely on a mission to disprove that
one. 4 touchdowns last night.
It's not just that, boys. Like the one thing I kept hearing, and you're right, Crypto, it's kind of like that. But I always, for even the ones that became objective in the argument, would say, I just don't believe in a quarterback like that as much as like the pure pocket passing quarterback.
Right.
And to me,
that's pure projection. Yeah.
That is the dumbest. I never got anybody on that. Like I was never like, well, you're a fucking idiot, because that's their belief, right? But and I understand, but okay, I'm not measuring Lamar to Dan Marino. Now,
right, that's what they want you to measure.
That's what they wanted to measure me against. Like, Dan, okay, I believe idealistically, right? If I possessed a Dan Marino with that type of arm and pocket presence in the I mean, just everything. And there's those quarterbacks. Yes, that would be my first choice. But if I was going to take the second choice and it's Lamar, that's over most of what my options are, really. Lamar is, dude, that guy is amazing. He's amazing.
Definitely risen to be the best quarterback in football today. We know Mahomes is a GOAT, but Drew, he's definitely there. There's no like tier no more. It's like he's in that class.
Okay, so Lamar. Okay, so Calvin Johnson, I will say, is the best. What do I always say he is, guys?
He's a robo receiver. He's like what you call if you have a robo receiver. That's what Calvin Johnson is with the two receivers.
Calvin Johnson was the greatest athlete I've ever seen play football in my life. And I would say Lamar is the greatest quarterback athlete we'll ever see. Because
not ever, but yeah.
I mean,
as far as a QB athlete,
that's
I don't know. I don't know, man.
Every attribute
even when in the draft, when it's the rumor that Ross wanted us to get Lamar, right? People, even at that moment, if we didn't get Lamar, and that's true, it's like, what are you thinking? It's like, see, what they're doing is they're applying a different argument to whether we get Lamar or not, and especially then when we had another shot to get him and spend a bunch of money to get him. When your eye test is telling you this is one of those dudes, and you're saying that the one thing you haven't done in 30 years is to just get that dude when you can, no matter what. When you see it, you know it. And your argument is, well, what if he doesn't turn out to be elite?
Well, what if this quarterback doesn't turn to be?
What I'm asking is, how bad could he have been?
So I can give you, give
based
you the
on
example.
your eye test, really, how bad the fuck could he have been?
Hold up, Color. I understand it, right?
that
Because
was
a lot of
Louisville
Cardinals. Here's the thing, right? A lot of those type of style quarterbacks end up being Justin Fields, right? And that's and they're
without
right.
an opportunity, yes. Without with Mike Tomlin, yes, right.
I don't. I mean, even
because
with Mike Tomlin, because Mike,
even
with Mike, hold on, just.
I get you, man. I get you, but I get
that.
I've seen the Justin Fields in the what was the other guy? Vince. What was his name?
Vince Young.
I'm sorry.
Vince Young.
Young. I've seen those guys. Oh,
David Garrard.
I've seen all those guys in college as well. Lamar was far better eye test in college than them guys, dude.
So
David Garrard was just
and that's where my argument. That's where my argument would be, because that's the facts, Color. As far as my eye test agreeing with you, their blanket statement is that if you were to take running quarterbacks and put them in there,
which don't even exist no more.
Yeah, they do. But let's
nobody.
What are you talking about? Jaden Daniels looks to be the real deal right now, as far as
he's basically a dual threat. Yeah, they're dual threat dynamic quarterbacks.
So Lamar to me is the most dynamic quarterback up and down. Because here's the thing, right? You could say Michael Vick might be that, but I would say this to them. Michael Vick, who he was as a passer at the end of the career to what he was as a runner in the beginning of his career, both of those highs of Michael Vick's entirety, Lamar had last fucking year. And this year he looks to be even better. So already at this moment, Lamar is surpassing him in anything and everything he could have ever done in the league. Even if now we could project that maybe Michael Vick would have been better had not been for the legal troubles, right?
Yeah,
but for the off-field issues, things and stuff. But I don't know, because Lamar, fuck, dude, he is.
I don't
so
care.
good.
I mean, people can want to. I mean, maybe everybody has their opinion, but it is my opinion. He's a better runner than even Vic. Lamar Jackson to me is as gifted a pure runner as Barry Sanders, dude. I'm sorry.
I would say that Lamar has.
I think Michael Vick is a pure runner, is as gifted as Barry Sanders.
So I would say this, right? Lamar probably isn't as I don't know, like,
bro.
I don't know. What? I was gonna try to move him in the eras, right?
Imagine Barry Sanders and then adding the gifts that Walter Payton had to him. That's Lamar Jackson, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm with that. Again, I think I'll put it this way.
He can just mow through 5 defenders that are all within 6 inches of him, dude. It's so Walter Payton. It's unreal, man.
I'll say this.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind. Walter Payton, not Barry, because Barry's a bigger.
As far as athletes, athleticism, and abilities coupled with execution at said positions. The only two athletes I've seen in my life with a good amount that I think are Calvin Johnson. His only equal I could match him up to is Lamar Jackson right now. That's what I'm putting at. Like as far as prime,
gifted prime,
like just
at the
fucking,
position.
just the greatest athlete on any field they step on week in and week out, and no one's gonna tell me differently. I'm sorry.
Right.
If Lamar's on the field, and I don't give a shit if Mahomes is on that field, Lamar is the better athlete versus anyone you want to measure him to. Don't fucking go cry to Jesus about it, because I don't want to hear it. You don't know football. You don't know fuck all.
And by the way, Crypto, just because I said add Walter Payton to him, I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying Payton instead of Barry Sanders. You look at the knees down, bro, and you got Barry Sanders.
Well, I would say, like Barry, Lamar can, I don't know, freakishly
Just
adjust.
the way they move their legs, bro, is
it's
just
their
unreal,
hips.
man.
It's their
and
hips.
Their hips, yeah, like the way
their hips, their ankles, and their weight,
and the strength that they're harnessing out of that hip rotation, dude,
crazy.
while they're running.
Hey, let me ask this quick question,
dude.
Let me ask this quick question to debunk the narrative about running backs in the backfield. Derrick Henry, he was doing this way before Derrick Henry even got there. He had 1,000 yards.
He had two.
So this whole notion that he's
MVP
carried by
seasons.
Derrick Thomas is right prior to Derrick Henry.
You mean 2-time MVP?
Derrick Henry had
carried by.
Hold on, guys. Derrick Henry had 68 yards rushing last night. Go look it up. Lamar had 33. He cooked them with his arm. 4 touchdowns.
Exactly. Bingo. Through the air. and another thing.
Another on
just
the
because
ground.
you have a good run. Just because you have a good running back doesn't mean anything.
That was Henry's, bro. Henry ran one.
Was it? Okay.
But you got to remember. But you got to remember. Just because you have a good running back,
Lamar got the 2-point
conversion. That's what it was. 2-point conversion.
Hall of Fame running back doesn't always equal Hall of Fame quarterback, because last time I checked, Rodney Peete was not a Hall of Fame quarterback, and Barry Sanders was.
Right. And by the way, as we just pointed out, Lamar got the 2-point conversion last night and walked in like he does every time he gets it.
Right. They always want to say, oh, he got a good running back. He's got a good receivers. Last time I checked, Bateman, they're good receivers, but they're not Hall of Fame receivers. Let's cut the cap.
Let's not act like he's got Waddle and Tyreek Hill on his offensive fucking receptions over it. Like, what are we talking about?
Right.
What are we talking about?
Granted, like his tight ends are definitely the Hall of Fame caliber, and they probably will. One of his tight end core, but his receiver core ain't going in the Hall of Fame.
Because they run basic comeback drills and catch the football.
So if you were to take the 3 position groups as far as weaponry goes on offense, running back room, edge goes to the Dolphins. They have more depth, youth, all that stuff. Personally, I like Derrick Henry, and he's a great. But if I was gonna do it,
but Derrick
running back room,
suffice for everybody's room though. Him alone could beat out a whole bunch of running back rooms by himself.
I don't know. Okay, let's call that a wash, right? Wide receiver room goes to the Dolphins. Tight end room goes to them. So I guess weaponry wise, kind of even.
Right, yeah. If you think about each
right.
position.
And guess what? Isaiah likely comes in, and he's just as good as a tight end as Mark Andrews.
Dude, Isaiah likely, right?
Right out of the gate, rookie year. You know what I mean? Like that's not Lamar Jackson.
Likely. Well, it is and isn't, right? Because yes, you're right. When you have a dual threat quarterback, ultimately you're going to get mismatches.
It's hard to defend receivers.
You're going to get mismatches with the tight ends because they're
running around enough.
You're going to force a fucking linebacker to sit where he should be closing and coverage
How
in
the
a
hell do you
zone scheme for a
Mahomes
tight
beat
end.
everybody with Kelsey, and that's it?
Truth be told. So, all right, let's get
Kelsey.
off this real quick. I want to pick tomorrow's noon parlay. So I'm gonna rattle off some shit, boys.
I know.
All right, so noon games are Florida versus Texas, Miami versus Georgia Tech, Minnesota versus Rutgers, Navy versus South Florida, Purdue versus Ohio State, Syracuse, Boston College. All right, there's a couple of them, boys. I'm not going through all of them. Fuck all that. There's a lot. We'll go through them one at a time. So first game, Texas is 21.5-point favorites in that game.
I'm glad you started with that one. Shake's going to like what I have to say.
So 21.5-point favorites. The over-under is 47.5. I am taking that. What do you think about that over, bro?
Got to take the over.
I got to take the over, right?
Texas could score that by themselves, dude.
I'm saying. Well, there's the bet. Because I'm going to pick one bet. I'm either going to take the points or the over on the noon games. So,
and even in the scenario I'm thinking, Cap, you're still going to meet that 47.5 because I'm thinking Florida covers that 21.5.
I think so too. I was looking at taking Florida covering, but 47.5. I gotta take that, bro. I think Florida's going to cover.
What I mean is for anybody taking the under on 47.5, you have to take that. You have to take Florida at 21.5 because if you're talking about under 47.5, how could there be that large a spread?
Exactly, right? Like the math ain't mathing on that.
I mean, it's close. It still works
unless
out
we think
that's too close. I'm like, no.
Unless we think it's going to be 21-0 in a college game, I don't see how that's happening.
Exactly. Otherwise, they're going over that 47.5.
They gotta, bro. All right, so next game, Georgia Tech, Miami. Miami is favored 10.5 points. See, now this is the type of over and under I'm looking that makes sense to me. Over under 63.5. That makes sense.
I'd still take the under, but
I'm not going to take that. So let's go to laying the points with Miami, or is Georgia Tech going to cover the 10.5 point spread?
If Georgia covers it, same story. It might go over that 63.5 because then you're looking at like.
But here's the thing, right?
We're sluggish and our defense sucks, and it's like 35-33, and then
I think the Canes win this one going away.
But we still might lose by we still might win by less than 10.5, though. Is what I'm saying.
Here's
Shake
the
has
thing,
bought
right?
a Canes jersey, El Cap. Shake has got his he's got an old Jim Kelly Canes jersey.
Depends on whether you think Georgia Tech could keep up the scoring. Once Miami starts scoring, which sometimes takes a couple quarters. If you think Georgia Tech can keep scoring all game long, then they likely will cover that 10.5. And Miami wins by like something.
And of course, I have a Kane shirt. I support the LGBT.
Right. In that scenario, you got to take the over on that 63.5, Cap. You know what I mean?
Oh man!
Well,
like if Georgia makes it close, I can imagine it going over that 63.5 in order for Georgia to make it close. You know what I mean? Like,
did they clean out the stadium? No, they're going to win in the stadium.
10.5 without it going over that 63.5, dude.
Let me.
We got another home game this weekend. The Canes got another home game this weekend.
No, this one's in Georgia. This one's in Georgia.
On the road again.
I would say, yeah. Last weekend he was in there. Miami was in there. You know.
Now Hard Rock has us ranked 4, but the ESPN site has us ranked 3.
So that building's gonna be empty this weekend. Wow.
Nobody gonna be in Miami Gardens. You would think that the NFL would be smart enough. NFL and college would be smart enough to give Canes and Dolphins home and away games on different weeks.
Right, so they could
easier.
constantly keep the stadium open every week of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they will alternate it. Exactly. At least have somebody there for each weekend. Yeah, you would think they would do that.
Anyhow,
Yeah.
right? The Canes' least scoring game this year was against Florida State, where they scored 36-14.
Mm.
Every
Really?
other game, so they had 38 points against Vatech, in which they only beat them by 4. And then they had 39 points against Cal, which they only beat them by 1. Now that game's kind of iffy, right? That game's played. I mean, shit, it's like 1:00 in the morning for them, and they're on the West. Like it's a rough ask, but
Rough
whatever.
ass.
Not that. Anyhow, I mean,
Mm.
52-45 against Louisville.
Louisville.
53-31 against Duke, as we know that just happened. I mean,
And
here's the thing.
they covered 21.5 against Duke.
They
or
did
20
cover.
and a half.
They covered 20.5 against Duke.
On the road again.
And they won by 23. So that 21.5 is still looking good to me.
Well, no, I'm thinking more of the. I don't like the 63.5. I don't like it. I'm looking
Not
at
unless
unless you think Georgia's
going to cover that 10.5. Right.
Well, I think Georgia could cover the 10.5.
In which case, look at the scores you just read off. The teams that did win or that did lose by less than 10.5. What were those totals?
I mean,
team to keep up with us and lose by less than 10.5, they're going to have to score a lot of points.
I mean, they blew the doors off Florida, but as of the last couple of weeks, right? The Vatech, which is ACC, Cal, which that take it for what you will. Duke. Well, no, they took. I mean, shit. It's hard to really get a beat on it, right? They know Georgia Tech, right? They know Georgia Tech.
What was Louisville again?
Louisville was a close game,
right?
With 45-52. They won by 7.
So every game that was within 10.5 went way over 63.
All right. Well, I'm going to take the over then, I'm going to take Miami with the points.
If you think Georgia Tech will cover that 10.5, then you by default almost have to take the over on the 63.5.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, I'm just going to take Miami to cover.
Unless you think both teams just have a terrible day and it's a 24-17 win for the Hurricanes, or 24-10, you know what I mean?
I don't think Mario Cristobal's football team, this team especially, is a team that's ever not showing up for anybody. So I'll never bet that until I see it, and we haven't seen it yet.
So in order for Tech to lose by less than 10.5,
you mean this season? I've seen it before, but not this season.
Remember,
not this season, no.
Even 35-33 is 68 points, Cat.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on. Minnesota Rutgers. Minnesota is favored by 6 in the game. The over-under is 46. I think Minnesota is going to cover. I don't know if the game goes over 46. I know Rutgers can do some stuff, but
I don't know much about either team, bro.
I don't either. That's why it's a gamble, right? It's already going to be
traditionally, I would say, with a team like Rutgers and a team like Minnesota, given that Minnesota's 6-point favorites in their house, it seems like an easy. But Rutgers is plus 190. That seems plus 190 seems like bait, dude.
It does, doesn't it? This seems like a bait game.
Yeah, I would just keep with Minnesota, man, or stay away altogether.
But I'm not going to take Minnesota. All right, what I'll do is I'll just take Minnesota to win on this one.
The money line?
The money line. I'm just going to, because I don't like
you're
it.
You're losing a lot of odds there, though, bro.
I know, bro, like a lot.
What about if you were to lower?
You know what?
Wait a minute. What about if you were to lower that -6 to like -4.5? What would your line be? You might be able to squeeze -160 out of it or something.
All right, let's see.
Hit more wagers and then go down to spread.
More wagers. Where do you see
Right
that?
underneath Minnesota and Rutgers, hit more wagers.
See, you're looking at it online. I'm on the app, dude. That don't say
Right,
more
but you
wagers
still
anywhere.
should be able to look at the spread
On
for the
game lies. On game. Oh, okay. I see it. It's just right there. All right. I
and
got
then
you.
you go to spread,
I
and then you
got
can actually expand it more to show more. But -4.5 is only -120, so you can lower that -6 and still get better than -250. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like that.
That's how I've been playing things the past few
I like
weeks.
that color. I like that. I like that.
You think they're going to win outright, but you still don't trust that line. Don't take that -250. Just lower the line. You might still get better than -250.
So, all
Hold the
right.
line. Love
All right.
isn't
So we've
always
got
on
that one then.
The
The next
Shake ripping out the Toto.
the next game. South Florida versus Navy. Navy is favored by 3 points in South Florida. I like Florida. I like South Florida plus the points. The over-under's 57. I probably should just bet the under. There's no way they're scoring 57 points in that
Navy's
game.
been playing all right lately, haven't they?
All right, well, let's look a little bit up on what Navy's been got.
I know who Crypto's going for.
In the Navy.
Yeah.
Come and join your fellow man.
And your money line on Navy ain't bad. It's
I'll be
-1.
Navy. You know.
But if you drop that line, that spread to -2, which pretty much, if they're going to win, it's probably going to be by over 2. So you can probably still get better than -160 at -2.
Why does this happen? All right,
That way
here
they
we go.
can win by a field goal and you still get it.
So
yeah.
Navy last week lost to Rice 24-10.
Oh,
Then they played Notre Dame. They scored 14 points in that game. Got blown out 51, obviously.
And didn't South Florida play us pretty tough?
You know who South Florida played tough as shit? They played Alabama tough as shit in prime time.
Ooh, I might take maybe. What do you think about that +135 money line for South Florida, dude?
I mean, honestly, I already have that on another parlay.
You could drop it to the -105 and take that +3. That way, they don't necessarily have to win the game.
That's why that was my initial fucking thing, right? But I'm looking for, I'm not trying to gamble as much. I'm already gambling by putting together a bigger parlay. But real quick, right?
Real quick, you have better luck on college or pros? I forgot which one it was.
I mean, it's 50-50 right now. I was killing it in college, and then it hit the wall. On that Ravens game, I won 7 bets in a row because I bet anytime, not anytime. I bet to score on this drive and a touchdown every scoring drive in the fourth quarter, and I picked the Ravens to win. So I fucking smacked on everything all the way through. I was like, this is happening. Boom, 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 boom. And I hedged it with profits to backdoor the Bengals to win. So essentially I bet $6 to win $10 no matter what. They let me hedge it by betting both. So Navy scored 51 points against Charlotte, which I don't even. They scored 41 against UAB. They scored 34 against Air Force, 56 against Memphis. That was a surprise. 38 against Temple. That's kind of a surprise too. So, and Bucknell, which is their cupcake game at the beginning of the year, they scored 49. Their toughest opponent all year obviously is Notre Dame, but they got worked by Rice.
I'm going with the Florida boys, dude.
I am too, bro.
They played us pretty tough, if I remember.
I'm taking Florida +3 because it's the best odds on the page. Boom. All right, Purdue, Ohio State. Over under is 53, and Ohio State's favored by 38 points. Are they just expecting Purdue to not score at all?
I don't know.
I mean, that the over under is
Boom boom chicka 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 boom boom chicka chicka. That's what I think of every time I hear Ohio State, man.
what
Is that porno music?
No, that's the college football drum roll, you know. Boom boom.
is that porno music?
Boom chicka chow
You're
chow.
talking about boom shakalaka, or you're talking about
No.
boom chicka wow wow. That's what you're talking about, Shay. Yeah, exactly.
So okay. 53. We're literally talking about 15 more points than the spread is the over under.
Right. Like if Ohio State was ahead 38-0 at halftime, Purdue'd have to score 14 points to hit the over under.
Yeah. I mean, this doesn't make it's got me befuddled. So what I think the safe bet on this is Purdue plus 38, right? Because if it hits the under, it's because Ohio State didn't hit fucking 38 fucking points.
Right, but Ohio State could win this game 54-0.
Exactly.
Well,
But
you know what? We should phone a friend.
No, because
we got an Ohio State expert.
He's the
on
most
the team,
biased person to his team because he's an Ohio State fan.
He knows
No, he
what
doesn't.
do.
No. Let me look at Purdue. What's Purdue done? I know they suck, but no.
We got any Purdue fans out there? Where you at?
Yeah, any Purdue fans. Or at least does your team you like play Purdue? You could be like a Penn State fan or something. I don't know.
Right.
Purdue. Okay.
Did your team lose to Purdue this year?
Yeah.
We'd like to hear from you.
All right. So Purdue played Oregon. Here's a perfect example. Purdue played Oregon. Purdue played Oregon and lost 35-0. That ain't 38-0.
That's the number one team in the league in the country.
So Northwestern, Purdue lost to 26-20.
But number one or not, do you think Ohio State can beat Oregon?
But hold on, here's the problem, Color. Oh, I see where they're getting this line now. Purdue, Illinois, 50-49. Holy fuck. 50-49. When did this game happen? It was an overtime game.
Oh, that might be. Maybe they were wearing the leatherbacks that game.
All right, Purdue, Wisconsin.
Crypto, do you know if they were wearing them old leather helmet uniforms that game?
Crypto's not up here right now.
I'm sorry. I thought he was.
So Purdue versus Wisconsin. Purdue 6 points. Wisconsin 52. Purdue, Nebraska.
Yeah, I'd take the over and the minus 38.
Well, there's literally no fucking rhyme or reason in this bitch right now.
I'd take the Ohio State minus 38 and the over on 53.
All right, so Notre Dame 66-6. Wisconsin. Okay, so when they're playing, what's crazy is, man, Nebraska sucks. Remember when Nebraska used to be good?
Yeah, didn't they beat us for a championship one year?
I'm just saying, like, it's weird. Nebraska used to be a team that you that's what you know about. That's why we call them like corn-fed fucking Iowa, Nebraska boys up there. They were just, what happened?
Hey, you remember when Indian Trails neighborhood first got built out off Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, little north of town?
Indian Trails, go again?
Right off Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, little north of the shopping centers and all that. Okeechobee and Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. Back when Royal Palm was still young.
Kinda.
Yeah, that's where I was at.
I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Yeah, there's like there's little brown houses, right?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Indian Trails. Yeah, that's where I was at when I saw Nebraska beat us for the championship.
Well, I don't know where I was at. Anyhow, 35-0 against Oregon, 52-6 against Wisconsin, 66-7 against Notre Dame.
Yeah. Like I said,
50-49 against Illinois. There's no rhyme or reason if we're being real.
There is a rhyme or reason that SEC teams that are ranked smash them.
Yeah, but this isn't an SEC team.
Oh, that's right. Why do I keep thinking that? Because they play like one, I guess. Yeah. They act like one.
See, if I could have that pen.
Nebraska in the South?
No, we're talking about Purdue.
Oh, Purdue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oregon State 38-21 against Purdue. I don't like this fucking line, dude. This line's got me freaked out. Well, then I'm gonna take the under.
I'm seeing right through it. I'm seeing minus 38 and the over. That's what I'm seeing.
Minus 38 and the over.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the under, bro, because I feel like it's a trap.
Yeah,
typical. I feel like it could be 42-0.
All right.
I'm taking the under, dude.
And nothing else, just the under?
Just the under.
I'm following along on my parlay slip, even though I don't have no money. I'm following along on the
So you see what it is. 5 for 124 right now, right?
I got it for $23.91 total.
$23.91.
Yeah, I've got so far we've said
I've got 23. I've got plus 23.90 odds.
Right. Yeah. I've got the minus 10.5 for Miami. I've got under 53 for Purdue and Ohio State. I got Minnesota minus 4.5. I got Florida plus 21.5 and South Florida plus 3. That's what we've got so far on my parlay list. Is that what
I've got the over in the Florida Texas game. I don't have Florida plus 21.5.
Okay, so I'm going to switch that out to the over in the Florida Texas.
It should be the same fucking odds, though.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. Yep. Okay. 23.91 is what I got total.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Oh, wait a minute, Cap. You probably, I don't know what you did for Minnesota, but I dropped them to minus 4.5.
By the way,
I did that.
Okay, and you got minus 120 on it?
Listen, I'll take. Go ahead, Shake.
Right.
The only thing I will warn you about the Florida thing is if I think the only way Florida covers the spread is if DJ Lagway is the starter. If DJ Lagway is the starter, I don't think they're covering the spread.
I'm not betting the spread. I'm betting the point total, and I'm betting over the point total.
You're saying, Shake, to me, don't take the 23.5 unless Lagway is playing, right?
Yeah. So I'll go through it. I have the over for Florida and Texas. I have the under for Purdue, Ohio. I have South Florida plus 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I have Minnesota minus 4.5. And then I have Miami to cover.
Okay. Yep. That's what I got.
Okay.
Plus 23.91.
Mine says plus 23.90 for some reason, but whatever.
Maybe it's changed. If I were to bet, it probably would update the odds or something.
All right. So Syracuse, Boston.
So that's $5 to win 124 so far.
Yes. Syracuse, Boston. This is damn near a pick 'em. Boston's at home, minus 2, which means Syracuse is favored by a point. The over-under is 52. Damn.
Oh, man. That Boston College minus 2 is tempting.
It is because they're the home team.
And Syracuse has to face us next week. So if they're gearing up to play upset, they might look through this game.
Syracuse isn't favored, though. I'm going to take Boston minus 2. It seems like the safest of the bets, right? All right, let's move on to the next game. Texas State versus Louisiana Monroe. Texas State is minus 8 on the road to Louisiana. The over-under is 50. I know nothing about either of these teams. I don't
Louisiana Monroe State Upper Tech A&M.
Yeah, I don't like
in
this.
Southeastern Idaho.
I
State.
don't like this at all. Over, under. Let's look at Texas State, what they've scored this year. Texas State, TEX, Texas State.
How about we just go under 50 and call it a day?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling, but
it's going to be that 24 to
17,
19
14.
game that nobody cares about.
Dude, I hate when I click on it and I'm scrolling, it automatically jumps to like a year and a half ago. I gotta scroll up. It's fucking pissing me. It does it every time.
By the way, JC Lagway did practice this Wednesday, so he's practicing. I don't know if he's gonna be playing.
All right, so I've got an idea of Texas State and who they're scoring against and who they're not. Let's now look at whatchamacallit. All right. Louis La Monroe. I'm going to take Texas State -8. I'm looking at comparable opponents. Fuck, bro. This is hard.
Yeah, I see it. UL Monroe on ESPN. UL Monroe is 5-3. Texas is 4-4, but they have Texas ESPN as the matchup predictor at 68.7% for Texas State.
Yeah, but and I'm just looking at Texas State's like patterns and what they score against when I, to an opponent like La Monroe. So I think Texas. I don't feel comfortable about the over and under. I'm going to take Texas, but I'm going to take less points. So let's do Texas -5.5. What do you think of that color? I'm doing it. I don't care.
Derek,
Texas
-5.5.
Yeah.
Let me pull that one out. -5.5 at 160. -160.
Yeah.
Right on.
All right. So West Virginia versus Cincinnati. Cincinnati is favored at home by 4 points. The over-under is 55. Now, interesting game here, right? Like this is pretty close. Cincinnati, as of recent, has been, they've got some talent coming out of that school. West Virginia is West Virginia. I mean, they're not going to lay down for nobody. This is the last game on this parlay. I say I say we take West Virginia plus 7.5.
West Virginia.
Because I think the game is kept within a touchdown. And there's my 8-bet parlay. Yep. There's my 8-bet parlay.
At those odds, $5 would win you $613.55.
All right. It's locked in there. I'm locking it in. And there's my noon parlay. Yeah, I just threw $5 on it. That would be a nice smack. I like that. I like that. Well, all right, boys. I gotta fucking get to bed. I gotta fucking get up.
I might as well call it a night too.
All right.
Sounds like
Appreciate you, Shake. Appreciate you,
Of course,
Color.
always, man.
Yes, sir.
Hanging through, helping me get this parlay put together. Everybody hit the like button. If you haven't, you suck.
So,
And adios, cholos.
By the
Go
way,
ahead,
on
Shake.
next week on Insomnia, it's gonna be TMI Tuesday. I mean, not TMI Tuesday. League Wide Wednesday is coming on Insomnia. So,
Oh yeah, next. When did you say next? When?
Thursday, next Wednesday or next Thursday? Yeah, next Thursday.
All right, just remind me when we do the recording.
Yeah. It's gonna be League Wide Wednesday. By the way, I had a blast with you recording that shit.
Oh yeah, that was great, man. That was really fun. Looks like I'm not the only one that's got good chemistry over there. You know what I mean? I think you all do too, man.
But the best part, the thing I love doing Insomnia, but every once in a while, it's good just to be a guest because all you have to do, you don't have to think about nothing. You don't have to worry about creating segments and nothing like that. You just, you know what I'm saying? All you do is just
tell me when and where to talk.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why it's like if I ever got, had some capital to work with, I'd be hiring myself a producer for sure right here in my apartment. I'd be like, yeah, what do you want me to do? When and where do I need to start talking?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just sit back. So, like for instance, when I do Insomnia, I gotta think of segments to do. I've been getting lazy as of late, but I gotta come up with right, because I think that makes better presentation. Because what I want to do from Insomnia is when I have a guest, when I have this on, if I remember, I'm gonna start doing, like for instance, if we have an interesting take on the Giants and Panthers game, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I know where to cut it off because I just look for the banner.
Exactly.
It helps me know where I need to start the cut. You know what I mean? To flip the show.
I got some work to clean up too. I got to get in my studio and lay down some tracks for for a voiceover for the new commercial. HB's been waiting on me patiently for that.
And by the way, I'm gonna be moving my the studio behind me. I'm gonna move it to the other side of the room, so I'm gonna move. You're gonna see my window behind.
So you're gonna be talking to a window instead of a wall.
Yeah. Well, no. Well,
I mean,
actually,
you're gonna be talking to a wall.
The window is gonna be behind me.
Right. The window wasn't giving you no answers, so you're switching over to talking to the wall, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, I'm married, so I know what that feels like. Luckily, she's sleeping.
Already getting the married jokes down. I love it. You must have read a book or something.
Oh yeah. That's what's funny is when I went to Vegas, right? They said, "Did you do any gambling?" I said, "I got married there," right? That's the truest form of gambling.
Yeah, those are the kind of anecdotes that'll make a marriage last, though.
Yeah, she knew when she married me. She had to have thick skin.
You'll be making them jokes 70 years from now. You know what I mean? While you're still together. How'd you stay together for so long? We just kept. We didn't take ourselves so goddamn seriously.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. Because one of the jokes I do every year, and because me and her, we on November 30th we've been together 12 years. So one of the things I always tell her, I say, "Hey, it's our anniversary. Seems like it was yesterday. You know what a lousy day yesterday was." And she and Elvis like, "Do you have anything you want to say for the wedding?" And she looked at me, "For the love of God, don't say that fucking joke." She told me that straight up. She goes, "Don't tell me that. Don't say that fucking joke."
That's great.
because she said that. Does a groom have anything to say? She just looked at me. That was so funny. She goes, "Don't say that joke." Damn.
Oh man, I am beat today, dude. What the
Yeah.
why?
Yeah, man.
Cracked open this jar of some indica that I've never smoked before. I forget what it's called now. Silver something or other.
You plan on doing something this Sunday?
Yeah, yeah, probably maybe just kind of chill and do a show while I'm watching Red Zone or something. Talk about bets and shit, you know.
All right. Yeah, I'll come on for a while, and maybe tomorrow I'm gonna be rearranging the studio, so maybe I could debut the studio on Sunday.
Right on.
The new whatever.
I was thinking about having a little bit of a chill session tomorrow, but I might not be awake enough. But I still don't know if Ali's going tomorrow night or not. But
Yeah, I know I can't do insomnia because Crypto has to wake up in the morning. So
right.
Besides,
he ain't driving this one.
Even if I did insomnia, you really couldn't see the studio because that's one thing about insomnia. That's gonna be the key signature for insomnia is I do it in the dark.
Right.
So,
and I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not trying to rub it in on people and shit. I'm trying to take the high road, you know what I mean, and be magnanimous and shit. But I have to admit, I am enjoying the ever loving fuck watching all these fucking meltdowns, dude. It's fucking so funny, man.
Mm.
And I'm not talking about the people that genuinely had reasons to vote the way they did. I'm talking about these assholes in the media and social media and shit that just pour this fucking shit on for the last 4 years, dude, and just watching them fucking crack up, dude, is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and there was listen, last year there was meltdowns. So it's like listen, at the end of the day, we got into a point in our society is all right, we vote for whatever side, and if your side it doesn't win, you throw. And again, and that applies for everybody.
Right.
When your side doesn't win, you throw a hissy fit.
Right,
like,
right.
Bro.
But those of us that actually vote for other fucking reasons, or at least take it all in totality, you don't see nobody melting. And I'll give credit to people on the left. There's a lot of people on the left not melting down that I kind of expected to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like was it Rob Schneider or somebody?
Mm-hmm. No, actually, Rob Schneider isn't on the left.
No?
No.
Was it him? Somebody, one of them guys went really hard, dude, against Trump, man. The older guy, the director or something. Is that who I'm thinking of? Rob Reiner, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Either case, he was real, gracious and which I didn't expect. Hamlin, Luke Skywalker, you ain't heard a word from him.
I thought he passed away.
No.
That's the guy who played Luke Skywalker. I thought he did.
No, not yet.
Yeah, because that's the guy who did. He also did the Joker.
No. You're thinking of somebody else. You're thinking of Heath Ledger.
No. Mark Hamill does the voice of.
A voiceover, yeah, but Mark Hamill's still alive. He's been tweeting on Twitter the whole election cycle. Unless it's the ghost of him.
Yeah, Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill. The Arkham Batman series. He does the voice of the Joker.
Right on. And,
he does the best voiceover too.
I mean, I'm trying hard to find somebody that's not trying to blame somebody else too, when they all know. This is why I asked the question, Jake, and I was halfway being serious. Did the Democratic Party do to Kamala what the Dolphins did to Flores, bro?
What do you mean?
She was destined to tank, and they were using her to do that for because they know she's just happy enough to be the nominee. Just like Flores, happy enough to be a coach. Because why? Because he's black? So you're going to assume that about him? You know what I mean?
Well, like
So I'm
what you
really
call it?
thinking, do the Democrats do to her what the Dolphins did to Flores?
Mm.
You know, because now they're out there, they want to make it all about her. When they weren't, now the Republicans were making it about her and her lack of qualification. But the Democrats weren't. The Democrats are making it about, you know, hey, it's all this other stuff. And now they want to make it about her. I ain't having it. I ain't having it. She she did the best she could, bro.
I didn't vote for either candidate. I said
I didn't either.
I want to live in a country where we have more than like I heard this joke. It was
I wrote Lewis in, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wrote Lewis in.
Who?
Lewis.
Oh, Lewis?
Yeah, I wrote him in.
Listen to this. This is how I feel about this. I sent it on the thing, but this is how I feel about. Let me see. Let me see. Where is it? Listen to this. Listen to this joke, and this is how I feel. Look.
Even democracy doesn't work. People go, hey, democracy is the best form of government. How'd you like to live in the worst system ever? Fascism. You only have one choice for your leader. We live in the best system ever. Democracy, we have two choices. So we have one more choice than the worst system in the history.
That's great.
Yeah.
How'd you like to live in the worst system ever? Fascism.
Nah, bro, but I just want everybody to know that nobody should be going off the deep end. I got a rope for you if you feel like jumping. We all know my issue lost. Amendment 3. Oh well, you know what I mean? We just gotta get up, pick ourselves up, and do it right.
Well, to be honest with you, that was primarily the reason I voted. I really didn't give a damn.
Oh, you voted for the cannabis issue? Like,
Yeah,
I mean, not for it, but like because of that.
Yeah, that's the reason I went.
Right on, right on.
And you know what? I don't smoke weed anymore. Doesn't mean
I just, I look at it like, bro, my bud tender at the dispensary voted no on it.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, so obviously the concerns, I didn't have enough time to go, like, do a 4-year dive into what their concerns were about it.
But
if the bud tender at the dispensary is telling me, yo, I voted no, then it at least tells me that the 44% of the people that voted no had valid reasons and concerns, and those concerns need to be addressed in the bill the next time we try it, and that's how we get it to pass.
But what confused me is that, look, Rick Scott, not Rick Scott, fucking DeSantis did everything in his power to make weed smokable. He removed he removed the concealed weapons, so people could carry their guns, whatever. And that's what surprised me when he went hard on the paint to vote for no on the bill.
To keep the unfair taxing, the unfair license in place. Right, exactly. Which is counter to what he was doing. Now, again, Shake, that tells me that there may have been something really like logically wrong with the bill. You know what I mean? That I may not know about.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, this is why I'm in favor of the 60% threshold in Florida, because for some reason it didn't meet that threshold, and that's a safeguard for a reason. And I voted for that safeguard, so I have to honor it. You know what I mean? So there's got to be something about this bill that needs to be rewritten, some concern that needs to be addressed in the bill so that it's more palatable the next time we try to get it to pass. There ain't no reason to pull your hair out and be like, oh my God, we lost that. You know what I mean? We lost. I know how to lose. I've been watching elections my entire life, bro. Win some, lose some. And it tells you when you lose is you have got to repackage whatever it is. You've got to address whatever concern it is by the voter. And this includes the president's part, the Senate, anybody you're voting, any issue you're voting on. You have to say, if my side lost, I got to figure out what concerns the voters had that I need to address the next time so that I'm more palatable and accepting of them to vote for?
Well, I don't know if you
Oh,
remember
you
this,
gotta
but
realize that's your only duty as a voter. Your duty ain't to go jump off the deep end because your side didn't win.
okay,
You know what I mean?
like, all right, for instance, I'll give you the best example. So when Trump and Hillary ran, right, 2016, the only reason I went for that one, I voted for Gary Johnson, by the way. Went for that one was because medical marijuana. This was the first time medical marijuana was on the ballot, and just like, and it was a repeat of the legalization. It passed 55.
Right. I remember that first vote. I remember it because I was up in Missouri monitoring that. I wasn't in Florida to vote at that time.
Mhm.
And I remember monitoring that. You're right. 50, just the same way, 54, 55% the first go around. Now finish.
And
Go ahead.
then 2 years later, during the midterms,
Mhm.
it passed.
Right. And I was also not part of that. Shame on me. I just wasn't living
But
here
you
at
know
the
what's funny?
time.
Morgan and Morgan fought. He put a lot of money into pushing that bill.
Right. But I was here to know that, DeSantis had reversed the ban on smokable forms.
Yeah, because it was only edibles at first.
Right. So there you go. You know the guy, it's not about smoking for him. It's about, this and that was not addressed in the bill. We can't go into it all haphazardly like that. That's what I suspect was going on. And that's why I'm not all butthurt about it. You know what I mean? We lost for a reason. The voters didn't accept it. Now we have to do something that the voters will accept. Not necessarily a compromise, but you know what? How about this, people? Can we at least start with lowering the license fee? I mean, why does it got to cost twice as much for a cannabis license as it does for a driver's license?
Yeah, because my sister-in-law was telling me. I said, "Hey, I'm surprised you don't, apply for that." She said, "No, man. For her, it's for the initial visit, it's like $160."
Yeah, 200 at some places. And then your renewal is 150. Unless you renew it a couple months ahead of time, you can renew it for 99. But you still then have to pay the state $75 for the license. So it's like, okay, look, we know that the whole doctor recommendation thing is a dog and pony show. Okay? It ain't real. It's not like this. We're not talking about a prescription. Okay? We're talking about a recommendation. I go into the doctor, I hand him $150 and he says, how bad's your migraines? You know what I mean? How much do you think you smoke? Or how much do you think you'd consume? And I tell him, and he writes that recommendation to the state. They have to be the ones to register you with the state. You can't do it yourself. So there's that middleman aspect. And then on top of that, there's the license fee. So eliminate one of them. Lower the cost. Because what I'm trying to say is, for all those people that are always concerned about things being cost prohibitive for the poorer populations, okay, and let's be real, we know what the left considers that, okay. How are you going to tell me that people aren't disproportionately affected? So are we saying that only rich people can have a license and be legal to possess marijuana? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
It's either legal or it's not. You can't then turn around and say, well, you're either a criminal for not having a license or you have to pay for the license. One way or another, you got to pay. Well, okay, how is that actually legal then for the poor person or the poorer person? And we're not even talking about every 12 months. They do it like it's every 10 months for the license and every 11 months or something for the doctor recommendation. It's ridiculous. It's a total money grab and an unfair tax. And that's how I campaigned it. But it's over with. The other concerns need to be addressed. But in the meantime, There's nothing saying that we can't compel the regulators as voters to lower the fees, to make them less cost prohibitive. I'll carry your license. I'll play your game. But dang, why do you got to charge me so much money? If that ain't what it's really about. Because what is that, Shake? That's an impact fee, right? Well, what am I impacting if I'm not allowed to smoke it publicly anyway?
Yeah.
You can say I might end up on the public health dole because I might have lung cancer or something. You know what I mean? Sure, that's an impact fee. Okay, I could see that.
I remember there was one time where you needed a medical a card to drink.
Right.
Hmm.
Now the irony is,
What are you talking about, Shay?
You needed like
Medical
you know
card
how
for
you
what?
have medical marijuana. You needed a medical license to drink during I think it was after Prohibition. You need a medical.
I'm gonna say this had to be like 100 plus years ago or something like that.
yeah.
Mhm.
When it was outlawed. Yeah,
You
I
know
can
what's
imagine
happening
now.
now is
On
the fight is being fought between the corporations for the money grab. That's what's holding it up in Florida. That's the only thing it's about. And so we just have to tailor the bill to address all those concerns. And that's all we have to do. And it's passed. I mean, we only need 5% more to get it to pass. 55%. The majority agree with me and Shake. Well, I don't remember how you said you voted, Shake, but
No, I voted for it. So
for it, right? So the majority that voted agree with Shake and I, but there is enough of a minority. There's 44% of the people that think there's something wrong with it. So we just need to make sure there's nothing wrong with it and try again. I think we can get 5% more people to say, okay, there's nothing wrong with it. Let's go. Because remember, if I know bud tenders at the dispensary that voted no, then there's your 5% right there. You know what I mean? All we got to do is make sure their concerns are addressed in the bill. And it'll pass. That's why it's no big deal. It's just politics. It's like, you know, if you want to get involved, you got to accept that. If you can't accept that, then just, don't get involved. But I would warn you that whether you get involved or not, politics will get involved with you. So that's why I stay involved. That's just my own personal choice, life choice. I don't mean to project it onto nobody else.
yeah, I was. Oh, it was two ballot initiatives that failed in Florida with a high threshold. Even though
Yeah.
majority people wanted it.
Yep. It kind of sucks, but I'm one of the ones that voted for that threshold back in the day, Crypto. I still think there ought to be that safeguard. As much as it sucks to lose, one of the initiatives I supported, it's still I firmly believe in that threshold. Because there's a lot of stupid people in Florida, Crypto. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's easy to get 50% of the stupid people to agree with you.
Yeah, but that's what it means. 50 plus one. You mean majority want something enacted.
Yeah, right.
That
And
would be a simple
I got you.
majority.
I got you. I just want to make sure the minorities protected in their interests. 60%. Hey, if you're in the minority, 60 to 40, sorry about your luck. You know what I mean? But if you're gaining you got 44%. It's like, come on, man. Then people have to their concerns have to be addressed. You know what I mean?
So the pass rate has to be crypto's pass to run ratio.
Exactly. So Crypto understands. He's a 60-40 guy, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, 60-40 was my original number.
Oh, Crypto might be a 70-30 guy. Watch out for him, man. Don't let him get in the voting booth. It'll be like 70 to 30 pretty soon.
Yeah, what sucks is nothing that I voted for.
No, I wouldn't put a high threshold on that one.
Nothing that I voted for came past
that passed. all of the initials and all of
Yeah.
all the choices was in the minority of all on your ballot.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So you
when it
get a
came to
minority
Twitter,
ballot.
I hate Rick Scott, so I voted for the independent.
Yeah. Rick Scott wasn't he the one that was started that marijuana bill in the first place, as far as the
He did. Well,
getting it to
he
what do you
was
call it? Wasn't
governor
it
when it
him that
got started,
mentioning?
but crypto, he was governor when it got started, but it was no different than Nixon over in Illinois, the previous governor over there. It was no different than them getting the Supreme Court to say that they had to stop violating people's Second Amendment, and then the governor there saying, okay, well, I don't have to start a licensing system yet, and then because the people voted for it, and then the Supreme Court had to step in and say, hey, bro, you need to get that licensing system going by July, because he was trying to like fight the people by using the power of bureaucracy to delay it and all that. And so Rick Scott was in the same position. He was against the bill, but the voters passed it. So he basically did all he could regulatory wise to make it hard for us to get what we wanted. I.e., he banned smokable forms. You know what I mean?
And I think he put in the I don't know if how accurate it is, but in my opinion, I could see him putting in the you can't have a concealed weapon license if you have a license.
Oh yeah, he would definitely be for that. Like you can't have both. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so you're talking
knowing
about
damn well Floridians love their guns.
If you had a gun license, you couldn't have marijuana at the same time license to sell it.
Here's the thing, crypto. When you're filling out the background check, right, form to buy a gun, the feds on the form ask you if you're engaged in any drug use or possession of illegal substances and whatnot. And by default, if your state is licensing you to carry something that is federally prohibited, then you would be technically either lying on that form or admitting to something that they would deny you the purchase for. You see what I'm saying?
Well, and like I said, it doesn't matter because DeSantis did away with the
DeSantis basically, I forget how it's worded, but it's basically that we don't have to like. No, you can't. There's no catch-22 there. You know what I mean?
You don't have. Yeah, you don't have to have a concealed license.
Both. You can have both.
Right now, the feds might still have a problem with that until it's descheduled, but Florida's not going to deny you the marijuana permit if you've already got a concealed weapons permit. That's
but by the way, Grady Judd said, and he made sense. He goes, look, just because you don't have the license doesn't mean you still had to have the same qualifications to carry it. You still had to have the same qualifications.
Right. Exactly. Why do I abdicate my right to defend myself just because I smoke weed?
So if you're a felon or something like that, you can't have a gun.
Now that's a different issue altogether, and I do stand on the same square as let's say Republican as I might lean. I believe that a convicted felon who has already served their time and gotten released from prison and has no other sanctions on his life, that person should be able to exercise their Second Amendment right. I'm sorry. There's no reason why that person all of a sudden shouldn't be allowed to defend themselves. I'm sorry. You did your time. You paid your penance to society for what the crime you committed. You have no other obligations. If you're that free and clear, you shouldn't have to petition anybody to get your Second Amendment back.
Well, it should be no different from them getting their voting right, but I think in Florida
same thing. I agree. I wholly agree. I wholly agree, crypto.
Yeah, you know what? It's like for instance, if you can't vote, then fine. I shouldn't pay taxes then.
Exactly.
For the voters that can't vote.
Exactly.
Well, that would be Washington D.C.'s claim for statehood. Taxation by representation.
Again, the waters are so much more muddy than people realize when it comes to what issues a given person supports just because they might vote a certain way.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is
it's so much more complicated than that.
But that would be funny if it goes. All right, if you're a felon, you no longer have to pay taxes. Young people will try to become felons now.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Except maybe the felons that are felons because they didn't pay taxes. Maybe there'd be
Mhm.
an exception for that, Crypto. I don't know. But
Mhm.
just saying, it
Yeah,
goes to show
because
you it's so much more complicated
tax
than,
evasion is
oh,
a
this
federal
person votes
crime.
this
That's
way.
how Al Capone went down.
No, but I'm saying
Mhm.
it's so much more than just this person votes this way, so they must vote that way. No, it's just so much more complicated than that. Just because I might vote X over here doesn't mean that I don't believe in certain, you know, more, liberal issues over there, or more conservative issues over there,
Yeah.
or
That's
whatever.
why I'm an independent.
Well, that's why you call point system voting. Whoever gets the most systems in the point system wins the total vote.
Well, first and foremost,
That's the way it should
my
be.
physical
Mhm.
well-being going to be threatened? That's the very first issue I vote on. You know what I mean? Obviously, but most of the time that's not an issue. So
Yeah, everybody set up their own point system.
almost, Joe, almost. The last time I checked, it was 49.9 to 49.2 Kamala in Palm Beach County.
We're talking about just individual counties.
Yeah, individual counties.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I've been mentioning that Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade, the margins have been cut. The big, large Democrat margins have been cut here to like 40 some year
Yeah,
historic lows.
she won Broward and Palm Beach County.
Right. Broward
But
was
y'all got to
cut.
keep in mind this particular cycle, the overall total
Well,
votes down. That means the
I got you.
percentages will be
I'm
skewed in
comparing.
upward.
I'm comparing percentages across the last 4 elections. So basically, and I'm also looking at 47-year numbers, cycles, Crypto. So what I'm saying is, there's some trends that have just been trends for 47 years. For instance, Broward County has been Democrat even in the last election. No margins were cut. They went to the Democrats 63%. This year was the first time in 47 years that was cut below 60% to 58. So she still won Broward County pretty strong, like always. But it's been trending down. It's not her per se. It's the Democrat has been trending down for the last 3 elections since Hillary in those 3 counties. And for the first time, the margins were cut last year in Miami-Dade, but this year Miami-Dade actually flipped red by a large margin, and Palm Beach County came close to the tune of a 0.7% difference. That's
Yeah, but
historic lows.
right. But what I'm saying, the low voter turnout still
The
impacts
turnout,
the number in the differential.
again, I'm evaluating turnout, and I'm comparing all
They
things
said
being
historic
equal.
lows. That's like almost a 20 million total
They
voter
weren't in
shortage
Florida though, Crypto. I'm
from
looking at Florida's turnout, not the country.
for
I'm looking at
the
Palm
whole
Beach
entire
County's
election
turnout
cycle.
is at all-time highs, bro.
No, this is county by county overall. That's what
That's
this
what I'm trying to tell you,
nationwide.
bro. I'm trying to tell you that. I don't know
But
why there's nothing that I'm even trying to argue, dude. The numbers are plain as day, black and white, according to the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections. I don't know what's to argue about.
no, I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to talk about the nationwide. Everybody's talking about this
I'm right, and
nationwide
I'm not
number,
talking about
but
nationwide. I'm
you can
talking
have
about
100%
Palm
of
Beach
the vote
County.
somewhere, but the
Oh,
totals
don't
will
do
still
this
be
with me,
low.
man. Please don't do this with me, bro.
I'm not talking about.
You're
I don't care
changing the
about Palm Beach
discussion to
County
nationwide, bro. We were talking about my county that I know all the numbers inside out in. I know exactly how many voters there are in my own precinct, let alone my own district.
I'm not arguing that. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not
That's
the point
all I
I'm
was
making. I'm
talking
talking
about.
about.
I don't want to have a nationwide discussion. I tried to tell you this before. I don't give a damn what
But
happens in any other state but my own.
oh, well, that's fine.
It's up
I
to
care
them to
about my
worry
own state.
about. It's
I
up
care
to
about my
them
own state.
to worry about. I've got my own problems in my own life and my own state to worry about. It's their state to worry about.
Right. But even in states that had numbers that were similar to last cycle, the numbers are very suppressed, very down.
I guess so. I guess.
Voter apathy.
You know it all, bro. I know.
No, it's not I know it all. That's just the fact of the numbers. Voter apathy.
I mean,
They weren't
okay.
showing up.
I'm fine. I do know Debbie Wasserman Schultz smashed her race and won again by a large margin in Broward County. And so did my own Lois Frankel, although she was cut down. Her historic 70% margin was cut to 55. I'll take credit personally for that.
I thought her district was gerrymandered out.
But that's only because I want to. I'm going to run against her in 2030. So.
Well, I thought Wasserman Schultz no longer had a district because it was
No. I thought so. I thought so too. But she is 21 or 19, I believe. Crypto. I saw last night she won a race. She went unopposed. She had no opponent. I don't believe. Maybe I could be wrong about that. I'd have to
one of
look
them
again.
districts. I know
She might as well not have had an opponent. She won it so big that she might as well not have had an opponent.
Yeah, it's a lot of races go unopposed.
Most of them here are uncontested, Crypto. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could have a real shot against somebody like Lois Frankel come next election.
There's definitely a shot. You can go in a district and get the minimum signatures, and you could become the nominees. And you'd be unopposed in the general. You're like, oh, that's a free seat. Basically, you can find yourself getting a free seat with unopposed.
Yeah, we had like 3 or 4 of them that didn't even have an opponent. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
come on.
The free seat committee chairman, have you write your name on the ballot. Before you know it, you win the primary. Like, oh man, I'm unopposed.
But you know what's funny though, Crypto? There's been 2 challengers that I remember over the last few cycles. There's been 2 challengers to Lois Frankel in her seat, and the Republicans did nothing for that candidate. Like, no money, no support, no mention in the media, nothing, bro. It's like it's so obvious that both of these parties play these games where they like trade seats. You know what I mean?
Hey, by the way, I just want to say,
I
don't care what side of the aisle you want. I just want to say R.I.P. Jimmy Carter. I forgot he passed away today.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah. Well, he was able to give it to it. He said he wanted to just stay alive to cast a vote for Harris.
Yeah, well,
reach his 100th birthday.
I'm sure he's doing much better today than he was yesterday. And that's with all sincerity. I'm not trying to crap on the man. I'm sure he's doing a lot better today than he was yesterday.
Well, anytime you reach triple digits in numbers as far as an age, you're doing something right.
Yep. Yeah, Debbie won her seat against Christopher Eddy, 54.5% to 45.5%. That is actually kind of low for her.
Yeah, actually, old Jimmy will have the record for the longest surviving president after leaving office, obviously.
Now
50
now
plus
Lois,
years after
however,
leaving.
Lois got 55%. She's used to 70. So I think I got a shot in 2030, man. I really do.
So let me see. 1981 was when he left office officially. So yeah, 44 years that he lived after he left office officially. That's definitely the record. It's a long time.
I just watched the news coverage of that night of 1980, and what they were talking about, how it was kind of so different back then too. Like, they knew the results, like basically at the beginning of the show. It was crazy, but They were already
Yeah.
giving
Well, he
excuses.
got opposed. He was an
Well,
incumbent that was opposed by his own party too.
they were already giving
Oh, no.
excuses from the Carter camp, talking about how it was the Iran Contra thing that did him in on that Sunday before the election.
agreement.
You know what I mean? I'm
before
like,
the-
wow, dude.
Right. Yeah, the agreement with the hostages.
Right.
That
Well, the
they-
thing of it is, bro, is that
Mm.
what it was for Carter,
Yeah,
it
to
was
help
Reagan that had the agreement. Remember, he
turn
ended up
public
almost going
sentiment
down for
against
that. But what it was Carter the Sunday before election day, because I guess throughout the whole campaign. Now I wasn't alive all the way in that. Like I was alive, but barely when all that was going on. But apparently, what the reporter on ABC News was saying the night of the election was that he had been promising the whole campaign that he was going to get these hostages home. And by Sunday night before the election, basically the quote unquote October surprise was that we were never going to get them home. And that was complete bullshit. So that's why now the reporter didn't use those words, obviously, but that's why like they were seeing this major landslide that they were seeing. You know what I mean?
No, they say he went behind his
I'm
back.
just telling
and
you
did
how
the
the media was framing it that night, Crypto. I was watching it. It's not like I'm just saying how they were framing it. I'm not saying what's real, or I'm not here to debate what actually happened in 1980. I'm simply saying what they were framing it was that he had been promising the whole campaign, and then that Sunday night basically came out and said, "Look, we ain't getting them home." And they're saying they were trying to claim on the news broadcast election night, they were trying to claim that was the reason why Reagan was experiencing a landslide. I'm not saying they're right. I'm saying that's what they were claiming on the Peter Jennings it was, or Tom Brokaw, or whoever it was. You know what I mean?
No, that was a big controversy about the whole thing.
Now enter Reagan. He ended up
doing deals, but on sitting president.
Reagan ended up trading weapons for the hostages right when he got into office. And so I don't remember if it was after 84 or before, but the Congress ran him through for that. And there was all kinds of hearings for like months. This is how Oliver North made his name, because he was the guy that basically testified against Reagan that they actually did trade weapons for hostages, even though he was a Reagan loyalist, right? And still is a Reagan loyalist. But Reagan came out and admitted it to the public and apologized for it and appealed to the public. And they like forgave him for that. Like the public forgave him. And like everybody was like, wow, you know what I mean? A politician that actually admitted they were wrong. And you know what I mean? Like that was a new thing back then in the early 80s. So, or a novel thing, I should say. I don't remember if that happened before 84 or after. But then he had the assassination attempt against him, and he landslided Mondale with 49 states. The only ones he didn't win were D.C. and Minnesota.
No, it was like a full 2 years after. I was early into his.
Yeah, I think the attempt was in like 82.
Yeah,
I
he still had another full 2 years.
Isn't the record for the biggest landslide voting is Bush and Dukakis?
I believe it's Roosevelt. I believe it's FDR.
No, it's Reagan is tied with Lyndon Johnson. They both won 49 states. Lyndon Johnson too. In 64. It was both.
I thought they said last
Reagan
night
and Johnson
Roosevelt,
tied.
dude. I could have sworn they said
Roosevelt won one. Yeah, that was a 49 or 48 state one. Yeah, and that was before Hawaii and Alaska joined the Union.
Oh, I see. That's probably maybe it was number of electoral votes. That could have been what it was.
Right, the percentage of electoral votes. Right. Yeah, the percentage of the electoral college. So Roosevelt had it because Hawaii had yet to become a state.
So I got him up right now.
Alaska wasn't a state yet.
We'll go to 1984. That was 49 states minus Minnesota and DC. So he won 525 to 13.
Right, DC and Minnesota, those are the outliers.
And
the other one was Massachusetts.
In his first election in 1980, he won 489 to 49. And the only states he lost, what's that? Rhode Island, Maryland, DC, West Virginia, Minnesota, Georgia, and Hawaii. Those are the states he lost in 1980.
Yeah, West Virginia was a deeply reliable blue state
Yeah,
until like the 90s.
Amazing, huh? Amazing. And now here we go in 1972.
Nixon had won 40-something too.
This is the Nixon one. This is 520 to 17, and he only lost Massachusetts and DC. And Massachusetts had less electoral votes than. Oh no, they have more. They have 4 more than Minnesota.
4 more, yeah.
At the time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's find
Minnesota hadn't grown big yet.
Yeah, that's the only time I see a full. Oh, wait, Roosevelt would have been blue. So we'll go to Roosevelt in 30. Was it 36? Was that Roosevelt?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, actually,
36.
You got from 32 to 45.
He won 520. He won 523 to 8. The Republican only won Maine and Vermont. That is the largest electoral victory in our history, right there.
Right. Hence, he went on to serve an additional 2 terms.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if that was his third, that was his going into a second term. If he
and that was the last time you saw, and that was the last time you saw an almost complete blue map. Until you get to like maybe Clinton, maybe Obama.
No,
I think Obama's re-election was pretty fairly blue for the most part.
Yeah, I think in the mid '60s there were the Kennedy, not the Kennedy, but what's his name is at the top of the ticket. Lyndon Johnson was. His map was completely. I think he was 40 plus 2.
Let me
look at if you look at the '64 map.
When was he elected? 64.
Yeah.
See,
his first re-election.
I'm a
because he was sworn in.
This stuff's so fascinating to look at. Man.
He was sworn in to finish out Kennedy's term, and then he won his own.
In '64, Johnson won 486 to Goldwater's 52. Goldwater won the whole South: South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arizona.
Yeah, very cool.
Arizona was his home state.
Yeah, because actually, that's Stephanie Miller's in-law.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, not quite there, but that was the biggest Democrat victory since Roosevelt.
Right, and then Clinton and Obama was the second.
Well, let's look at Obama's re-election. Where was that? 16, right? Or no?
No, I think his first one was bigger 12. Than his last one, but yeah,
it was 08 and then 2012.
08 and 12.
Yeah, 2012.
The first one was bigger because he even won Indiana.
Yeah. Now the map looks more divided color-wise, but he won 365 to 173. And in the modern era, that's a pretty huge win. That's like comparable to what them guys were doing back then, if you think about it. In today's paradigm, where millions of more
given that it was right
vote,
after Bush, yeah,
and it's so much easier for people to vote, well, than it was back then.
When Roosevelt won all those states, 500 of them, you figure
it's a lot easier to be more accurate these days. Even though we've had our problems, we are more accurate in the modern era. So again, a win like that for Obama is comparable to what Lyndon Johnson did. Not quite Roosevelt, but yeah, I'd put it at the level of Lyndon Johnson for sure.
Yeah, because he was in the 400s.
Maybe even Reagan's first election.
First one, right? Yeah. Because I figured early 80s was.
Well, think about it too, Crypto. You had a big time paradigm shift.
Cold War.
Right, but think about it. You had a big time generational paradigm shift between 79 and 80, between Reagan and Carter, and then also again between the Bush era and Obama. You know what I mean? You're shifting from boomers mostly voting and running the country to boomers running the country, but Gen Xers being the majority of voters. You know what I mean? So that's where you have a paradigm shift to Obama, where you see that huge landslide. You know what I mean?
Percentage of the voters became Gen Xers.
Right. Yeah. A landslide usually signals a paradigm shift in politics. You know what I mean? whatever side gets it. With Roosevelt, it was the war,
Because actually
and all that.
it changed in pretty much one cycle between Reagan and
Right.
Carter, because the
Right. You were
Nixon
going
scandal.
going from the bebop 50s, 40s, and 50s to the grease era 60s with Roosevelt, or not with Roosevelt. I'm sorry, with you were going from like
Johnson
the
and
roaring
Kennedy.
20s, just post-industrial America to CIA and blah 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 when you shift from to Roosevelt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then you get Eisenhower in the 50s, and everybody's coming
Right,
home from the
right,
war,
right.
and
Then from then
the
on,
big
it was,
huge boom.
everybody's got to be a war hero. You know what I mean? Or a military guy. Or until Reagan.
Yeah, you definitely have some military form.
You have a populist come in like Reagan, a guy from, let's say,
I think Nixon broke the original norm of a
right, but
non-military, non-service member.
You got what you would consider back then a conservative Democrat in Reagan coming from Hollywood, right? So he's a little center left.
California, he's more of a
Then he's a little
populist,
center left than your average conservative at the time. He comes in as a populist. Hollywood already loved him at the time, so yeah, he takes California. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, of course,
Yeah.
But you're
All
talking
he
about
needed was to convince a bunch of people in Texas, and that was the ball game.
and you're talking about, look, there was the joke. Remember in Back
Carter
to the
hadn't
Future?
have a shot.
Crypto, remember in Back to the Future when he went back to Doc, and Doc's like, "Who's the president in '85?" And Marty's like, "Ronald Reagan." And he's like, "Oh, the actor." I mean, that's how it was. That's a paradigm shift. Nobody could ever think an actor could become president. You know what I mean? But that's what a populist does. Like, you're from the people. And yeah, a lot of people hated him. A lot of people still disagree with him to this day. But he was still of the people, like out of the sea of people.
Right. Yeah, Reagan was there. When I was
I
there,
even know
the whole
long time leftists
takeover
that have finally given in
politics.
these days and said, you know what, give Reagan credit where it's due. You know what I mean? He ushered in the 80s.
Well, he carried in some of the ideas in addition to just massive tax cuts.
But economically, Reagan ushered in the 1980s capitalist era where everything happened. MTV, everything blew up in the mid-late 80s, man. Going into the 90s. That's all because of Reagan. Bush carried the torch a little longer, but that was all Reagan, man.
I mean, you could say he started it, but Bush did try to get the budget balanced because it was getting out of whack because it wasn't enough revenue at the time.
True, because by the time
that's what
Reagan
he
was
paid
out
the
of
price
there,
because he did something that
of course
Bernie Sanders would do. Actually,
of course, Crypto, because because a populist energy ends up running out. Like, eventually, you do become a bureaucrat, and spending like the rest of the bureaucrats. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're right.
The price for
we had to adjust stuff. We had to get things back on budget after that smashing era. You know what I mean?
They had to do it and bring it into at least what he could start funding these large.
But only till recently are we willing to credit both
the
Clinton and the Congress for getting that done. You know what I mean? It wasn't just Clinton. It was Newt Gingrich's Congress as well. Let's be real.
I mean, but he sets the budget though.
They also had to they had to compromise, dude. And I'll give the country credit for the fact that during the Clinton era, it seemed like they could at least compromise enough to where we're all doing all right. You had the tech boom, the tech bubble, and all that.
Yeah, he had to rally those votes just like Lyndon had to do with the people in the South to get votes to get legislation passed.
And Newt had to shut everybody up and say, look, I know you hate the guy, but we got to do something here. If we're ever going to get anything we want, we got to let him have something he wants. You know what I mean? Which you had NAFTA at the time was Clinton's big thing. Now everybody hates NAFTA.
Well, I don't know if everybody hates it, but everybody don't realize how much they benefited from that trade agreement.
Exactly.
Because of
that's one of the few things I actually credited Clinton. Well, like NAFTA. All right. Maybe it's not maybe it needed to be revisited and renovated, but I think it's a good thing to have
because we got
free trade with our
lot
North
of building and
American friends.
a
You
lot
know
of
what I mean? Like,
yeah, a lot of things got built, and a lot of companies grew out of it, spawned out of it.
did it take the
That's why them
orange
jobs came
production
from.
out of Florida? Well, not really, because it was only
Yeah.
recently that the orange production in South Florida went down.
No,
It
didn't,
wasn't
'cause
back in
the
NAFTA
agriculture
days.
industry was booming. It was, the agriculture was always heavily
Right.
funded. Pretty much,
We
most
couldn't pump out
administrations
enough
did.
oranges. They were able to outsource to Mexico for oranges, and we still couldn't pump out enough oranges in South Florida.
Mm.
It wasn't until recently that they sold off a lot of that land for development. And now the oranges are in California, still not Mexico. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's a certain
Well, actually,
percentage that comes from Mexico.
actually, California produces more agriculture than pretty much everywhere, every state. Despite the forest fires, they still yield more agriculture than
They
everybody.
sold an entire family-owned grove that was like owned by this family for like my whole life, dude, in Loxahatchee. Consumed
Valencia.
most of Loxahatchee, and they sold the whole thing to develop like neighborhoods
Valencia,
and
that's
gated communities and school.
That's
Yeah,
California
school.
Grove, or is that Florida Grove? Valencia. That's California, right? If I remember. That's the Grove in California,
I
right?
think
The
so.
Valencia one.
I think so.
I think Valencia is there. Sounds Spanish, sounds Mexican.
But you know what?
Yeah.
You can still
Valencia.
go NAFTA or no
That's a big
NAFTA. You can
casino.
still go to North Central Florida at the start of the turnpike or at the start of 75 and like or the first rest stop and go to the big Florida orange emporium that's there.
Do they graft blood Sicilian oranges and use the what you call it, and or they just import them completely? The blood oranges, or they graft their own ones and grow them
Oh,
in
I'm not
Florida.
sure. I'm not sure. I've never been to the Florida Orange Emporium that's up there off the highway.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
not
was
gonna lie,
wondering if
when
they did the Sicilian, or
I
they
have
just
an
do
account
completely.
I have my account in Sebring. That's all I
Mhm.
pass by is orange groves.
So they're still growing plenty here. And I don't believe so. No,
Orange groves and cow pastures. That's
and
what I
Cosa
pass.
Nostra, depending on how you mean that, no, there wasn't. There was only there was an issue about whether we should make our school board people that run for the school board positions, whether we should make them partisan or not, like declare their partisanship or not. And that failed. So nobody has to tell whether they're a Democrat or Republican.
So let me ask you this. I heard now like say, for instance, people that are independent could vote in Republican or Democratic
yeah, that was the last. That was the last election,
primaries.
Jake. That was the last election. It was ranked
Talking about the
voting or
parties
whatever it's called.
ranked choice vote. That's the
Yeah.
only thing I give Stein credit for, because she started it, initiated that. Her and Sanders. It was mainly her.
Well, we got it in Florida now.
Started
I
the
don't know
ranked
how
choice
it's going to
vote.
affect things in the future.
If it's anything she contributed to any election society, I will give her that credit, because the ranked
Which
choice
one?
vote.
Who did that?
Jill Stein.
The other one was, do they want a 0.5-cent tax?
That was her pet baby.
Did they want to increase the sales tax 0.5 cent in order to revamp all the IT technology in the school system? I don't remember how I voted on that one, but and I don't remember whether it passed or not.
Most of our voting was, most of our ballot initiatives was just adding bonds and treasury bonds to pay for infrastructure type things and things like that. Of course, I'm truly liberal. I'm not putting caps on spending when it comes to infrastructure. So I voted against any caps on bonds. So I was voting no when it comes to capping things.
Well, as an IT,
let them use the money they need.
As an IT technician who has actually worked on failed equipment from the school board on certain service calls, I will tell you that 0.5 cent sales tax increase would have been a small price for us to pay as residents to fix to renovate their IT. I'm just saying. I mean, I'd have gladly paid it. It ain't no big.
Yeah,
Whether I'm getting taxed,
them is
whether
something. Yeah.
that $1.99 item is, $2.25 or $2.27, that will make me one bit of difference if it renovates all the IT for our school system, because it's bad.
Yeah, because you don't realize that extra 25 cents you would have blown on a Starbucks coffee anyway, so it didn't even matter. You're
Right. Like, I
okay,
can think of worse things to increase
that
our sales
I
tax
just threw
over,
25 cents on. Yeah, I
Besides,
just spent it on
here's
freaking
the thing. If you let
something
them get away
frivolous
with it every
anyways.
now and then, if you pick your battles and you pick the really good causes to raise it for and just let them have one every once in a while, they won't bother you every single election to raise it 5 cents for every single thing. You know what I mean? So you got to pick
Yeah,
your battles. They're like, yeah, okay, IT tech renovation for the schools. Yeah, I'll go ahead with that one, because if I don't, the next thing it'll be is for railroads that don't exist or
I
whatever
imagine during
else.
the midterms, they tend to have individual budget items when it comes to that. But
Yeah,
for the
yeah, that's where
other
you'll
one,
find
we'll
most of
have
those types. Yep, yep.
the presidential cycles, and we'll have well, do you have $180 million on this on this thing we need to spend for this project? Like, okay, well, damn. I'm getting these leaflets in the mail. Oh yeah, we're about to get ready and do this on your street. We're taking out all the water piping and the sewer lines, and
we don't get
they
bothered by
warn
a
us
lot of
well in
that minutia,
advance.
dude. We rarely
We
have a
we'll get
lot of
we'll
ballot
get
initiatives
we'll
on
get
our
them
ballot.
here.
There's only usually ever 3 or 4 on our ballot. Like, we don't get
Yeah, I
it.
think I had
Doesn't
like maybe 6 or 7 total
right.
this cycle.
What I
That
can't
wasn't heavy.
stand is the
It's only 3
constant,
total pages,
bro. What I can't
really.
stand is the 500 judges you got to go through to say, do you want to
Yeah, there's a
retain
lot of
so
them.
and so? It's like,
Yeah,
how
there
the
tend to
hell
be
would
a
I
lot of
know if
them.
I want to retain so and so? I don't know. They could have released some felon that I didn't know about. They,
I think I might
killed a
want to
bunch of
put.
people. I don't know. You putting
Yeah,
this on me for?
yeah, they do. They do have a bunch of judges available for voting. For what's called, like,
It's right.
I gotta
And so when you don't know who they are,
remember
the empath in you comes out, and you're like, well, I can't fire nobody. I'll hit yes. Yeah, retain them
to
too. Yeah, I
retain
guess
them. Yeah, you
their
be
name
retaining them.
they look like they don't want to lose their job. Yes.
You find yourself retaining a judge that freaking
I mean,
sends somebody to 100 years.
they're basically asking, do you want to fire this person or not? I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't know them. Why would I want to fire them?
Yep. You're like, oh man. Yeah, the judge thing. I
And then they
I
go
only
out
get
there and
lucky when
tout
I
and
know
crypto.
if
And then
that
like
judge
20
came
years
from one
from
of my
now,
counties, but
20
it's
years
another
from now,
county
they
one. I
go
don't know.
they go out there and tout their 20 election year cycle record of being reelected. It's like, yeah, well, who was
How
gonna
many
say
people?
no? You know?
Who's about to answer no on that question? Yep. Vote
I mean,
yes to
unless you were
retain
directly affected
Judge
by that
Baylor.
judge,
All right.
unless you were directly
Yeah,
affected by
yeah.
that judge,
They
or if
would
a
know.
bunch of
Yeah. Most
your family is campaigning to get rid of that judge,
to get rid
yeah,
of them.
you'll
Yeah,
remember
you'll
a
know them.
name. But the rest of them, it's like, why do I want to fire this guy?
Oh yeah, for sure. You definitely would know that judge. They were like, that judge was an asshole. He gave me 20 years probation. Oh yeah, don't rehire
Now,
Judge Brown.
I will say, when I was in Missouri, living in Missouri, there was a judge on the ballot that I actually recognized his name, and he was very lenient on me on a traffic violation a few months before that. So that was
Oh, okay.
cool. I was able to say yes for him and
You know
know
who it is.
that, this guy's fair, and
Yeah, this guy happened to throw out my $400 parking
he at
ticket.
least didn't talk to me like I'm a dick. You know what I mean?
I'm
So yeah,
gonna make sure he
I'll
keeps
let
his
him go.
job. He keeps throwing out my speeding tickets. I'm definitely retaining this guy. I
Or at
noticed
least
this was the judge
sometimes
that threw
crypto,
out my ticket.
even when they're throwing the book at you, sometimes there's just a way to talk to people. Like
Yeah.
if I did something wrong and you got to throw the book at me, that's okay. And you can still talk to me like I'm a human being. You know what I mean? Some judges don't.
Yeah.
Well, this guy did. So I'm like, all right, yeah, I remember that guy. He was cool. I'd probably have a drink with that guy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
buy him lunch at the local restaurant called the Courthouse Grill.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's how
Oh
small
yeah.
this town was. It's the best restaurant in town, Courthouse Grill. We went there for lunch every day.
That's wild.
It's right across the street from the
Legal.
courthouse.
Right, all the legal guys, all the legal brass hang out, and chop it up.
Pretty much, that's what it was.
That's
You'd be
where
in
all
there
the
around
legal
noon, and there'd
brass.
be a bunch of suits in there.
When they're never there.
Anyway, I'm finna.
TD said something about the AFC East shake. What did he say? You get a chance to catch that?
Which what?
TD's briefing on the AFC East.
No, what happened?
No, I guess he's doing something. He's talking about it. I was wondering if you heard anything other than him saying that this is it for us. we can't afford another loss. Well, I guess one loss in the next 2 games or the very next game. You know, it's like, wait a minute, what you mean?
Oh man, I don't know. I guess it's just stating the obvious, you know.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess you're right. I'm probably just saying the inevitable. Because whether we lose this week or win this week and then turn around and have a letdown against New England or the Raiders, and then we're like, okay, we're back in the same cycle. Oh boy.
So it's like if you're not on time, you're late. So whatever.
Maybe they should have maybe they should have like group voting for judges, right? Like, check this box if you want all the judges that start with an A to be retained.
Well, actually, you know what's funny is.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well,
you know what's funny is I voted to retain none of the judges.
Oh, you did. You said no for none.
Oh, you said no for all of them.
So
there you go.
All down
See, there you go. We just cancel each other out, right? We just cancel each other out. You know, yeah.
Shake just fired all the judges.
Maybe I'll do that next time. I'll fire every one of them.
Well, Shake, if they lose their seats, they go, hey, well, who is this Shake guy? Freaking!
I'm gonna be standing there in the booth, going every check mark, going, "You're fired," and the poll watchers are gonna be like, "What's wrong with this dude?" You're fired.
Man.
No, you're fired. No.
Man.
Shake's over there he's like, man, I ain't never got a chance to fire nobody in my life. I can fire 10 people in one shot.
No for this judge, no for this judge.
Oh yeah, I voted no for every judge.
Damn.
Now what
about Judge Judy?
All right, Judge Judy. Oh god.
And she wasn't in my ballot box, unfortunately.
Now what you could have done though, Shake, is jot down all their names, and then next election, right? Go there and compare which names are the same, so you know whether you actually fired any of them or not.
By the way, I thought I voted for this guy, Doctor, but no, it turned out I voted for Oliver. Whatever Oliver.
Oliver.
I voted for some guy named Lords, and I don't even know if it's pronounced that way. It's Lourdes, Lords.
Like I said, my sole purpose of going to the booth was for the marijuana. So I really had no interest.
That was probably the first question. That was probably one of the first question after the candidates. They'll start asking you in the initiative.
Well, we had to go through all the judges before the ballot initiatives.
Before the initiatives.
So I'm sitting there going, God, where is marijuana?
Marijuana was in the back of the marijuana was on
the backside, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I don't care about killing babies. I want a freaking marijuana.
No, but what's funny is, like I said, I think again, one thing I think they should do is when they do elections, I think they should take out the R and their party affiliation.
Right.
And if you don't know,
I was hoping to find Judge Julie on my ballot.
No, I actually we had Judge Joe Mathis. I voted
Joe Mathis. Oh yeah, there you go. What about Maybelline?
Judge
Maybelline.
I like her too.
I think I might have voted for old Lois and not realized it.
Yeah, Maybelline. She was one of my favorites, man. Oh man.
Well, see, the thing
She
about it
jinxed
is,
me on my previous
I
marriage
mean,
with
I
my
vote
wife.
in
You
Palm
know.
Beach County. You can never be sure. I voted in Palm Beach County. You can never be sure of who you actually voted for, you know. But
see, that's the thing. That's the thing about Judge Maybelline. She's like Judge Judy. If you try to play her like she's only like that if you try to play her for an idiot. If you try to play her for a
Yeah.
dummy, she's gonna go off on you.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. You cannot even think about it. Thinking about insulting her intelligence, even if she think you tried to, you can be the nicest person. Like, I'm not trying to insult your intelligence. I'm asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
And she get, oh yeah, Maybelline, yeah, you're right. She won't let you get away with it.
you know that
You can't throw her no curveballs.
Crypto. You know that Bush v. Gore election with the hanging chads and all that from Palm Beach County.
Yeah, that was in the
That was
yeah.
my first
And it was a
election.
skinny.
Dude. That was the district I voted in, bro. It was my first election.
Oh, it's Palm Beach.
Yeah.
Oh, that was that
It
county.
was actually the district in
Chad
question
County.
is my
Wow.
district at the
It was
time.
weird because when it was happening, before they even got to the hanging chad, it was weird because they
What is the
initially
hanging chad, by the way?
two of the networks called it for Gore, and then they said they needed a
Yep.
recount.
And then they pulled it back. Remember, Fox was
Two
the
of the
first one to pull it back. Remember that?
right, two of them actually called it for Gore. I remember I was at work at the time. I was upstairs in the
Yep.
control tower, and I'm like, wait a minute, they just called it, and then next thing you know, they said no, the network's got to recall. They calling it back. I'm like, oh man, Florida
Yep.
has to do a recount. Everybody else was done. All the other states was finished.
Yep.
It was down to that one county in Florida. I was like, oh God.
And then
Raphael wants
and
to
it,
know if
Here we
Casey
go. And they
Capote,
just
he's
called it. I
Mexican
was thinking
Irish rebel.
Lieberman because I was the only thing came to my mind when he really think about Gore. I was thinking about his running mate. I was like, man, how did we ended up with this mix with Gore and Lieberman?
I actually
And I was
liked
like,
it.
that was
I
wild.
ended up turning out to like Lieberman later in life. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't a
Yeah,
bad
and
dude.
because I was thinking, yeah, he's pretty good because from Connecticut. And I was like, how did they ended up with that combination? You know, a guy from Tennessee and a guy from the Northeast.
Right.
And
Well,
I was
that's
like,
what
that was
they wanted to
almost
make
like a
sure they
Kennedy
wanted to make
Johnson
sure they
thing.
got that Eastern Seaboard, bro. You know, that's you know. And why
Yeah,
would they do that though? Like, that's permanent
it was
blue country back then. You know what I
What's
mean?
up, Joe?
right. And then Gore was a deep Southern Democrat. I mean, he was like
Right.
the what you call the
Arkansas, wasn't
version
it?
of
Arkansas
Democrat.
or Texas or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, Tennessee. And I was like, oh
Tennessee, yeah.
man. I was like, that was quite the combination that they obviously, you know how close the election was. They could have easily pulled it off. And I was like, man, now I thought they was gambling. I thought it was a risk for them to when he did that with Lieberman. And I was like, okay.
So
And I was like,
the
he was
funny
able to
thing
kick it
was
to
with that election is that when Fox pulled it back, when everybody started pulling it back, the Democrats at the time immediately jumped to call a recount, call a recount, call a recount. And then when they started recounting for a few days, Bush is up 300 votes. Then it was stop the count. And then and it was like, no, keep counting it. And no. Finally, the Supreme Court just said, look, it's been we're getting near a certification deadline here. Just stop the count wherever it's at right now. Whoever's got the lead wins.
And it ended up at 534.
Yep, whatever it ended up being. Yeah,
that was the closest election ever in history.
But it's funny how both sides were accusing each other of one. At one point, both sides accused each other of both things, wanting to keep counting and wanting to stop. It was hilarious, man.
Yeah, Will was getting close to that +1, basically.
And finally, the Supreme Court.
Actually, the Democrats originally didn't even want
what our job is for. Stop the counting.
They didn't want it to count to begin with because the networks called it. They was like, well, we got enough. Then they got the threshold of the recount.
And then as soon as Bush took the lead, it reversed. The Democrats wanted to keep counting. Right.
Well, go get those votes. There was provision there. Every vote that those people came in.
And remember,
it was another county that they needed to get out there that was outstanding.
To answer
would have been added.
Question about the hanging chads, I don't know if it was a serious one or not, but I could still answer it. What ended up gaining Bush more votes was this idea that Florida had been using this system for a long time where you punch through the paper. And they already had all these rules and guidelines that nobody knew about in the public as to whether they count, if they have to recount by hand, as to whether they count a vote or not based on things like if there's a dent on the backside of the paper, that might have been an old person that wasn't able to push the pin all the way through. So they would people were holding ballots up to the light and shit, trying to determine whether we could count this ballot or not. You know what I mean? It was crazy shit.
I guess because when they go all the way through, but they had enough indentation, they had to count it.
Exactly. And some of them would have. So when you punch through the card, sometimes that little paper that's still clinging on the backside is called a chad, a hanging chad. And so the question in the news media, they made a big deal about this word hanging chad and hinged everything on that and explained to everybody what it was, had diagrams of a hanging chad. I mean, it was crazy, dude. It was just crazy shit.
Yeah, that was one of those cycles that was so crazy, especially coming out of Gore being the vice president. It was it would have been pretty much Gore continuing what Clinton did, what Bush did for Reagan.
So believe it or not, whether anybody wants to admit it on either side, the latest round of, oh, you rigged the election or stole it, was first started in that election, Bush v. Gore, and everybody knows it. Whether you believe it was Bush that stole it, whether you believe that was Gore trying to steal it back from Bush, whatever you believe, that was the start of this whole you stole the election phenomenon that we currently still live under every other cycle.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Well, that one was close enough where
Well, sure.
You can.
Of course.
They was having those.
Now it's eased off. I think
discussions about it.
Eased off. I think last election it ramped up, obviously, but
the
off overall, man.
Like the Ron DeSantis, the another close one was, I remember, was the Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum. That was really fucking close.
Oh yeah, and then people were like, "What the heck were we thinking?" And last year added a million votes to DeSantis. He landslided his opponent.
Well, that's because he went against freaking Rick Scott. Freaking Charlie Crist.
Oh yeah, that's right. The fake. I mean, I don't even know if do you call him a fake Republican or a fake Democrat, because he's been with both parties twice.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't know what you call him.
Fake
anymore.
Independent. Fake independent.
A non-declared independent.
All I know is that's why I didn't go up to the last. That's why I didn't when DeSantis went against him. I didn't vote because Rick Scott, who had probably one of the lowest approval ratings in Florida, mopped the floor with him.
Yeah, and
Rick Scott had
crypto. One other thing I wanted to say is there's a fine line.
Race?
There's a fine line between being independent and being cucked by both parties. I mean, there's a fine line,
Oh, but no, Rick Scott had one of the lowest approval ratings for governor.
Oh yeah, dude, and which is amazing because he still won in a landslide again for his Senate seat, dude. It's like, geez, man.
So Jose says that Dade County Republican voters got Republican cards that told them to vote no on number 3. So that was a Republican initiative.
Well, yeah, it was at the local level, even though
unless the Democrats wanted to be,
even though Trump at the national level, right?
Well, even though marijuana,
even though Trump at the national level supported it. It's kind of a weird dichotomy. Again, it gets back to what I was saying about there were some concerns with the bill, and we need to address those concerns and resubmit it to the people. That's all. I don't think DeSantis is against the idea of it, to be honest with you. The Florida Republican Party probably is. But I don't think DeSantis
why would they do that? Why would they instruct voters to say no?
They do.
Well, you know how they give out the
right. That's what he's talking about. Right. That's what he's talking about. He's saying if you're a Republican, this is how you would vote if you call yourself a self-respecting Republican. You know what I mean? I don't buy that bullshit.
And who
I'm more Republican. I'm more Republican than the people that wrote that pamphlet. You know what I mean?
The Devil's Lettuce. Jesus, what a name!
Damn, there was a guy. There was
some crazy names for drugs. The Devil's Lettuce.
You remember? I
Jesus.
Cujo's cabbage.
Yeah, what the hell?
I just came
Who
up with
sits
that
down
one, by
and
the way.
writes and come up with
Yo,
these
I
names?
just coined that one, by the way. Cujo's cabbage.
Yeah,
Cujo's
you
cabbage with the little rabbit dog.
Yeah.
You remember Jeff Sessions said
yeah.
that bad people only bad people smoke marijuana.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Sessions did say that.
Bad people.
The
like
Alabama
me,
guy.
like color.
Yeah.
You know. Now look, man. This is an
Jeffrey
adult show.
Beauregard.
We're at
Remember
quarter to
Beauregard
midnight.
Sessions.
We're at quarter to midnight on a Friday night. This is an adult show. I by no means, in no way, condone or support people allowing it to get into the hands of minors. It was wrong for me to do it when I was a minor. It's right for me now, but that's as an adult and an adult decision. I am by no means, I understand. Again, these are part of the concerns that needed to be addressed in the bill that were not addressed. So I can understand that, you know, certain people not wanting to vote yes on it. I get it. We will address those concerns, because if I got a chance to write the damn bill, it's going to be done right, that it's acceptable for everybody, even the people that don't like weed. You know?
And on a side note, every time
I don't like alcohol, but I got to live with it.
Yeah, it's just like what Jeff. Every time I see Jeff Sessions, I always think of the Keebler elf.
Yep, exactly. That was his nickname. I'm sure some Democrats definitely labeled him that name, and some Republicans.
Hey, check this out. And
labeled him the Keebler.
I'm gonna look. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I'm gonna show you real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have a picture. I want to show you.
Yeah,
just
it's
saying it is not
image.
gonna do it any justice. I gotta show it to you.
He may be against it, Jose, but I think that the better part of him, the Republican part of him, the true Republican part of him, the constitutional part of him, outweighs his dislike for it, politically speaking. But yeah, him probably self. Yeah, of course, he's a conservative guy. Probably goes to church and all that. Of course, he don't like it, but he can separate that. He's shown he can separate that. I'm not saying he always will. I'm just saying he has shown so far the voters of Florida that he can separate that shit. His own beliefs from what's right for the constitutional rights of his citizens. That's why I admire the guy.
Man of the hour. It said it was 6:56 was the final number. That's pretty much what the actual.
It was like 55 point something. It was like 55 point something to 44 point something. So effectively 66 to 45 or 56 to 45 pretty much, or something like that. So you're talking about 5% more people when we got it. That can be met up with just the guys from the dispensary that sell weed that voted for no on it. That's them guys right there. They just got other concerns that need to be addressed. I thought we should address those after. But they want it addressed before. Okay, so that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Well, isn't the both houses in Florida now Republican now, or is it still split? Or is it split?
Oh no, dude, it's freaking it's so red in Florida at the state level, it's unreal, man.
Okay, so the state level, state houses still can pass it if they want it.
Yeah, even at the state legislative level.
Okay, so
they
gained
even more this cycle.
Chambers, so they can pass it if they want without Democrat votes,
and they could also pass it without the people. But the reason the people have done it is because the state legislature being Republican, we're talking about. Remember that not everybody is a liberal Republican. Not everybody is an atheist Republican. Most of them are Christian right. So they're not going to do it on their own. You know what I mean?
All right, real quick before because I got to end this because I'm going to go to sleep. I had to show y'all this before I did.
Yep. Yep. That's his doppelganger. That is him, the original Keebler Elf.
No, that's Granny from Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah, but they both look like the Keebler.
Yeah.
Right. They both look like it. Granny from Beverly Hillbillies. Struck some oil.
And again, Jose, I don't want the nuance to be missed here. I am against a lot of things. I don't like a lot of things. I hate a lot of things. But there's a lot of things I hate that I would stand up for somebody's right to enjoy. That's my point. There's plenty of things people like that I hate that that I would not, you know what I mean? If somebody asked me and I was a politician, I'd be like, yeah, I hate that thing. But that doesn't mean I'm going to like, depending on what it is. I mean,
Hey, Cali
I
Fins
might
fan, are you
stand
out
up for
there in
their right
Cali?
to enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Are you still in Cali? Are you gonna be at the game? He just got a middle finger up to Dade County, so apparently he don't like Dade County. Hey, what's um the actual Dade County? I don't think about the Dade County, the person, but what's your what are you gonna be doing at the Rams game? Are you gonna be at the Rams game this weekend or Monday night? You said I was just looking at your name, thinking maybe you was in Cali or still out there.
Oh yeah, Callie asked earlier. Yeah, the in case you didn't figure it out by our talk, the Amendment 3 failed. It was a no. It actually won, but there's a 60% threshold to meet in Florida.
Right.
So yeah, that's
All the
so it
ballot
failed.
initials
Even
need
though
60.
even though we voted yes for it, the bill failed.
All right. Well, Dade
It
County.
happens. Again, that's how we make
Well,
sure.
Cali Fins fan.
That's how we make sure that the minorities' concerns are addressed in Florida. I am 100% in favor of that 60% threshold. Don't mistake me for a second, because I'm not an idiot. You know, if there was real concerns, then obviously I was outvoted. You know what I mean? And people are trying to tell me that, and I didn't want to listen, so they voted that way. So I got to figure out what those concerns are. I know what some of them are. And we got to figure out how to tailor a bill that addresses those concerns. It's very simple.
46% of the people are probably still calling it the devil's lettuce.
Right. But remember, Crypto, that some of that 46%, as I said earlier, is people that actually are in the industry. So I'm pretty sure we can snatch that 5% that we need. You know what I mean? If those concerns were addressed. Maybe not. Maybe we only get to 59%. That would kind of suck. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
is what it is.
That's crucial. If it gets 1% away.
That's the price you pay to live in a republic where your decisions are made democratically. You know what I mean?
Yep. So on that note,
do that.
Y'all have a good night. Fins up. And
fins up, everybody.
And like I said, Crypto,
we'll be out in California next week. This week.
So let me know, Crypto, if you want to do something tomorrow.
All right, I'll let you know. Yeah.
Until then,
I'll let you know.
Up, everybody.
Because my flight is at 8 a.m.
Yeah. So you better off going. We'll do it next week.
We'll see something. Yeah.
All right, brother. Yep. Y'all be safe, and I'll see you Thursday for League Wide part 2 of League Wide Wednesday versus Insomnia.
Oh yeah.
So
League Wide Insomnia on the tap for next week. Who do we play after we get back from LA? We play the Patriots or the Raiders?
No, we play the Patriots after the Raiders. No, Raiders and then Patriots.
Raiders first. Okay, so we play Vegas, but it's a home game, so okay.
Yeah, most of our crowd that we share with League Wide Wednesday, they all know, like, all you two have to do is wait long enough, and we'll be encroaching into insomnia hours anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
When I start getting to babbling, man, the show will be 4 hours, man, easy.
Yeah. It'll be going into insomnia. Yep.
Oh, trust me, that's me and Crypto right there, man. Me and Crypto.
Now,
it's not uncommon that we do we've done 6-hour shows for insomnia before.
Right. Now, Shake, you think like after the game, it'll still be kind of early. My time, it'll be like 8 o'clock out there when the game's over. You think, because it'll be 11 East, and you're in the East Coast still. You think because I know what's his name going to call the game. Cap's probably going to call the game, but I was thinking we can, if you want to wait until Wednesday to do the recording. I mean the live show
Which one?
after the game.
After the game?
Well, actually, because it's gonna be late your time, so it's probably not gonna work.
Oh, you talking about the insomnia after Monday night?
Yeah.
Yeah, not good because I'm gonna be waking up early.
Yeah.
I probably even watch the whole. I probably won't even watch the whole game, depending on what the score is.
Right, because it's gonna be late. It's gonna be early my time. Lucky for me, I guess that's the advantage of West Coast time because everything's ending real early in the evening. There, all the games are over at 8:00. So yeah.
Oh, don't we? We
I
have a
might just go
Germany
to a
game this
basketball
week, don't
game
we?
this week.
Yeah, we have a Germany game this week in the NFL.
Is it?
So
the
that's
Lions
an
game?
hour. That's an hour in Munich. Yeah, that's an hour even ahead of England. So the West Coast is. What are they going to get that game at like 5:00 in the morning or something?
Yeah, it'll be like 5 or it'll be like 5 in the morning. Remind me of when I was living over there. I had to get up at 3 in the morning just to watch the game.
Well, and one last other thing, Jose. You're getting my message about Amendment 3. You're totally getting my message if you're saying that. You pull your pants up. You find out what the concerns of the American people were and why they didn't vote for me as a person, and you try again. Lincoln lost several elections before he ever won his very first one. So, and I don't think anybody should ever give up. Not going to say it.
Yeah, he won't. You lost.
Not
Well,
going to say
actually,
that
Biden
person
lost
could ever
2 elections before he won.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that person ever will earn my vote, but to that person's supporters that are so distraught right now, just remember that Lincoln lost quite a few times before he won.
All right. So before we go, I just want to go ahead, Crypto.
No, I was agreeing with what Color said, including Biden. I think he lost 3 times before he.
Oh yeah, I don't think anybody's lost more than Biden. Jesus.
So
as far as if you count the primaries, I think he only.
I don't need to take no shots at the old man. He's a cool old cat. What can I say?
So and final words before I leave. I'll get on camera, but while I say it, remember, folks, winners never quit, and quitters always bitch.